Alright, so this is a choice I've made here today, but I promised y'all that I would make a 500 game shuffler for 500 followers. So here we are. I've done it. The list is assembled. The shuffler is functional, but I'm going to explain a couple things before we get that ball rolling. You may notice that there's a couple extra things on screen now, for example, like a flashing light warning at the top. That's going to be important. That's going to be there the whole time. I have no way to guarantee whether something does or doesn't have flashing lights as this process goes along. Ignore what's on screen right now. This is not staying here. It's going to appear again at some point, almost certainly, but it's not staying here. This was just decent enough background sound while I explain things for a moment here. The shuffler script isn't running yet because I didn't want it to just randomly have the game run away on me while I'm trying to tell you things. For those that have not seen the BizHawk shuffler, how it works is there is going to be a Lua script running the entire day that will be removing what game's being played at the moment and replacing it with another one out of that 500 game list every 1 to 3 minutes. 1 to 3 minutes because of the fact that, well, we gotta get to 500 games at some point, somehow. Now, bear in mind, even at 1 to 3 minutes, we're not getting to all 500 today. That's not happening. There's no way I'm gonna be able to stream long enough to get to 500 games in one sitting. And I kind of assumed that everybody would have an understanding on that one, but as a means of making sure that that happens, there will be a part 2 as long as this seems viable enough to do so. To make sure we have at least a hope of getting to the other games that don't get covered today. Considering it's random, we could easily end up with the same game 500 times in a row. So even if I had a smaller list, there'd be no guarantee of getting to the whole list in one go. But without any further nonsense here, let's get the script running and start my nightmare. I just need to quickly make sure the settings are good. Because I also need to make sure it doesn't resume session, because otherwise then it'll be using the save states from when I tested. Speaking of, let me make sure those are gone. Yes, that's empty. Very good. Alright, here we go. It's gonna get real mad for a second, and then it'll figure itself out. There we go. So we're starting with Alpha Mission, a game I've never played. Great. Love that for me. There is a lot of junk in here because of having to fill out space. None of it's bad that I know of, but there's a decent amount of things I've never played in here. So there's gonna be a lot of, I'm gonna be figuring it out as I go. Audio balance is going to be a little bit of a suggestion, more so than normal, on the basis of the fact that, well, I'm not gonna sit there and audio balance 500 games, nor can I, because BizHawk only has one audio setting across the entire emulator. So, can't really do that as much as I would like to. So that's going to be an issue along this, and you may notice that there's black bars and such too. That's because, again, I can't resize it without resizing everything, and some of them are going to end up cut off. So I opted to just leave the black bars there. I don't really have a smart system for managing to change that on the go, because that would involve stopping with every game, and then the whole point of the shuffling would cease to be a thing. So we're not gonna bother worrying about that. We're just gonna accept that that is a part of how this is going to be, and it'll be what it'll be. I do not blame anyone that does not stay for this because of the fact that it's going to be very hard to keep up with and it's going to get very weird, but it should be very funny. At least that's the hope. What the hell is this thing? Well, it killed me, whatever it is. We have 2 SIDS left. And we have no weapon boosting. Oh, we're gonna have to redo the whole thing anyway, so that's probably fine. And it's fine. We're leaving that place for a new world. You may also notice that there's a text at the bottom saying what game we're playing. That's gonna be very important for y'all, for sure, and decently important for me as well. This is Monster World 4, which I think is a... I don't know if we got this one. I feel like this is a translated one. Because I did put some translated games in here too to fill out space and to give myself a chance to actually play them at some point. I'm just gonna be flying through dialogue in any game that has dialogue because of the fact that, well, we only have so much time. But yeah, that's gonna be a whole thing as well. Ah, we can move now. We have a sword, okay. We can jump, okay. Some of these controls are also gonna be a little strange because they're not laid out in the way that the system that the game would be on would necessarily have it laid out in because of, you know, only having so many controllers available. And I'm not gonna sit there and switch controllers per game because that would be madness, more so than what we're doing already. But do let me know if any system is too loud. They should all be good, because I did at least go system by system and audio balance a little bit. The GBA was the biggest culprit of loud out of all of them. Okay, looks like we're leaving. Based on the way everybody's waving at us. I'm just gonna not talk to people and hope that I don't have to. And we'll just cross our fingers and hope for the best on that one. Why does this thing look so fucked up? It's fine. I'm sure the animals around here are completely fine and normal and there's nothing wrong here. While jumping, you can stab upward or downward. Okay. Not sure how useful stabbing upward will be, but stabbing downward will definitely be huge. We do have a shield, apparently. We have to press down to use it. And when we press down, we go to a different game, apparently. Yeah, this was the thing I was talking about, by the way. I got the PlayStation stuff working. I just needed to use a different version of BizHawk, and apparently there was an updated version of the Shuffler that I didn't end up hearing about that can use some CD-based things. It's still very picky. You can't have too many files to it or it gets confused anyway. But anything that just runs like simple bin queue seems to behave itself. And yeah, I made some choices in here. Some of these are on purpose, and some of them are I needed to fill space. I'll let y'all figure out which one's which. Why are you yelling at me, old man? I mean, I'm not sure the pig snout mailbox over there is normal, but what do I know? Use the signs to understand things. You got it, boss. Oh boy, that running's a little strange. Okay. Okay, we do have a weapon. I'm assuming those pigs are no good. Yep, seems to be accurate. Just deal with that problem as we know how to do, by immediate harsh violence. This horizontal area, that's what I was assuming. I just had to figure out how to get him to grab it. Well, gee, I was just gonna keep swinging your game, you know, I didn't need to leave this at any point. Oh, apparently we can grab them, too. Whee! Technically, I have very briefly played a small chunk of that game, but it's gone now, so we'll deal with that later. We have gone from pink-haired weird boy to dolphin. Why? Because the shuffler has bid so. Oh, we're just in. Okay. think I found the password system by accident. So I presume this way is how we go do things. Thanks? Question mark? Whee! I mean, this is probably better than the game anyway, just, you know, jumping out of the water. There we go. Wow! You can get some real height, apparently. I suppose I should figure out what I'm supposed to be doing, huh? I could probably ask the other dolphins. But why would I do a fool thing like that? That involves talking, and that just seems like silliness. That seems important, the fact that there's a gap in the wall there. This is gonna be one of the ones that decides to give me 3 minutes of, isn't it? I just have this feeling. Oh, never mind. All I had to do was question it. Not that this is an improvement, but we're elsewhere now. We have left the ocean and gone to space. I do vaguely know what I'm doing with this one. We have to go assemble parts in order to be able to leave and go places. It also has physics, but it's on the NES, so you can imagine that those physics don't work the best. They're kind of a suggestion. Mostly a suggestion of you dying. Just not even gonna bother fighting those guys, just give me this. This will weigh you down, so it's kind of a problem. Gotta get momentum going so we get out of here. If we take more than a couple hits, the ship will explode, and we will be left flying around without a ship, which is an issue, because you can't pick up things with your body, as you might imagine. But there we go. We've delivered the probe. We now have shields. See? We have a shield. Look at us go. We take more hits now before the ship explode. What a great day this is. Why did that shot go through the wall? Why? Ooh. Shiny thing. Give. Oh yeah, you have to lower the shield in order to grab things, right? So there's a fun thing you can do here. As soon as I manage to do it properly. You can spin things around yourself. I keep forgetting that down is shield. So I keep fucking it up. Help. Gravity is killing me. Okay, we'll deal with that on a different planet, perhaps. Perhaps after we have a better engine than this one. But what you can do is you can make items spin around you, and I believe you get points based on how many revolutions it makes around your ship. I don't remember if it actually gives points or if it was just something I did for fun. Well, we'll worry about our extra life when we get back to that game. For now, it's time for Doom Troopers. Should be updating the text at the bottom of the screen just fine. Yes, it is. Excellent. Because that is based off the current game text that the shuffler outputs. So every time it changes the text, it'll change on screen for all of you. Trooper, I think, is normal. Damage other players doesn't matter. Yep, that's probably fine. Got that guy, that guy. I mean, given the choice between regular dude and crazy skullhead, I feel like we go crazy skullhead. That just seems like the only choice. Okay, that's how you jump. That's shoot guns, make heads explode. Okay, kicking does do damage. Understood. Look at this guy just jumping around like he's got nothing better to do with his life. It's working out for him, which is upsetting. These guns sound wrong. Ah, okay, we blow up the box to get the ammo. But we got shot in the foot, so we died. You know, these enemies we're fighting look really familiar for some reason, and I can't quite put my finger on why. Well, that's upsetting. Well, I should say upsetting for him, really. Can I clear this jump? I can. Not well, because there's a guy sitting there that just shoots us and kills us, but, you know, that's fine. We can return the favor there just fine. Well, I tried to jump and failed that time, so... You know, it's great that the only time I made the jump we died, but we'll figure it out. There seems to be a path we can take down here anyway. And there's ammo, so clearly this was the right choice, whether I wanted that to be the way this went or not. I've also apparently got a pair of very small flamethrowers now, so that's fun. Oh, wow. He just melts. You know, I like these. I like these a lot suddenly. Aha, you can ledge grab. Okay, it just takes a little bit of doing. I would like the item box. There we go. Turns out if you're standing on something, you can't even kick it. Pew pew pew. Aha. Hey, Zin. Oh, we've left that game. We've now gone to another one. But what is this game? This is Super Adventure Island. Which one, though? Two. They told me anyway. Very good. Stereo's fine. Yeah, just start adventure. Let's go adventure. Hello, King. What do you have to say to me? Indeed. Correct. It is completely random what game will happen next in the next 1 to 3 minutes. This is why this is a nightmare, but it's going to be funny. If you want a slightly more detailed explanation, there is the exclamation shuffler command that will give you the whole rundown on the Lewis script and everything, though I think I forgot to put the link back in it because I needed to change where it was going. This old king over here talks very slow. Oh yeah, no, it's a nightmare of an idea, but it's a lot of fun. Hey, Ben Brolair. Hopefully you're doing good. There we go. This is why we talked to him, is we wanted the 100 coins, but I forgot that he talks at the slowest pace in the world. The inn, I believe, is saving, so we do need to do that at some point. Conveniently, yes, I can afford such luxury thanks to the king giving me a lot of money. And I'm presuming that saves, and if it saves, then we don't have to worry about that. But we also don't have to worry about the game anymore anyway, because it's Mega Man now. Specifically Game Boy Mega Man, because why would I have good things in here? Yeah, pretty much. He will talk. There are dialogues that will take up an entire game slot. I feel your pain on the sleep schedule. But hopefully you've been making some good headway toward getting it on track again. Can't reach that right now. It's okay. Adventure Island 2 may return at some point. It really depends on how the shuffler's feeling today. When I was testing this, though it was only a couple hundred games instead of 500, it still tended to throw the same game like 3 times in a row, so we might get one of those back again immediately. We'll find out as time goes on. Just tank it. Run for your life, Mega Man. Kind of expected him to die like the other ones did. For some reason, he didn't. And then again, no, that did take a lot of shots, so maybe I just was thinking incorrectly. It's almost like it's hard to keep track of what's going on when this world keeps changing every few minutes. Wild concept there, really. I'm gonna make a better try for getting that extra life this time, because I think we're going to need it. Don't know where I get that idea from. Son of a bitch. So this is going well. This is just going very well. You know, you could just grab it, Mega Man. It's right there. Just reach up. You're already touching it. Just take it. Grab the thing. Grab the skull of a fallen Mega Man and put it in your pocket where the rest of them are. Okay, you know what? This may not be worth it. Which it's also fine because we're not there anymore. We'll deal with that later. It's time for Ninja Gaiden Shadow. There's gonna be a lot of Game Boy games in here because of the fact that, well, I needed to fill out 500 games somehow. And the Game Boy does have a lot of things on it. So both the Game Boy and the Game Boy Color are going to be represented here today. As well as a couple other surprises that I'll keep under my hat till they show up. And see if anybody recognizes the system that it came from. Ah. There we go. Nice and easy. It's amazing how much easier a game like this is when everything's moving a lot slower, huh? All good, Zin. Hopefully work goes well. Or as well as work ever does. That's a surprisingly decent run cycle for how little you can kind of fit on the Game Boy. Then again, it also probably would look better smaller. So there's that too. Yep, just walk into the fire. That's a great idea. I'm glad I had that idea. At least some of those don't keep spawning. Okay, good. Okay, I can't climb that. So we'll just disregard the fact that those guys are up there. That would have been a perfect time for it to transition to another game, is when we walked off that screen. Oh, there you go. You were slightly late, 8 Shuffler. You missed the comedic timing. You gotta be quicker than that. We'll just show my feelings. Ah! Now, I don't remember how to control this game, so this is probably gonna be a failure. There we go. I found the go button. That's all I need. Who needs brakes? All we need is go! This is how you win a race. Drive faster than your opponents. Haha. We just gotta be careful not to drive so fast that we leave this reality. Well, he's gone. Hey. Hey, get back here. Hey, beep beep. Hey, pull over. Well, he did. Not really the way I meant him to, though. I've been robbed. Now, second place for not knowing how to start the car at first is not exactly the worst result I could have had. Oh. I guess... Oh. I was gonna say there was a timer there, but no. There's a different timer at play, and we're elsewhere now. Which of the PlayStation games is this? Because I'm avoiding looking at the top of the emulator, so I don't know what we're getting. What did I put in here by Square? There's two things I think that were Square games in here. Oh! I forgot I put this in here. It'll make sense in a minute, though. You could look at the bottom of the screen and know what it is immediately anyway. I'm gonna let the cutscene play for this one because this is a fun cutscene. Mostly because for most people it's gonna make absolutely no sense at all, but that's the fun part. There's just a lot of things happening. This is definitely on the list of games we're probably not actually gonna see much play of, but I put it in because it made me laugh as far as how nonsensical what is going to happen would be. Yeah, because there it is. We didn't even get through the intro cutscene of Parasite Eve 2 before it cycled away. Instead, it's time for Road Rash. From one driving situation to another. I don't think we can afford anything at the start. Yeah, we have a bike already, so let's just bike. Bike and violence. As soon as I remember how bike. There we go. I found the bike button. I found the violence button. I don't need anything else. Onwards to glory. Let's see if I remember how to be at all okay at this. The answer is no. No, I do not. I got greedy. Well, gotta run back to my bike now. Don't mind how far we flew. It's fine. Everything's okay. Somehow we're fine. Bike's fine too. Just get back on the road. Everything is okay. Except all those bones, but you know what? They'll be fine. The winnings will fund our medical treatment. It'll be okay. And we just sent that guy straight to hell. He's gone now. He will be missed. This is another perfect example of where I learned to be such a menace. It's like, ooh, you're telling me I can just slam my bike into someone and send them to space? You got it, boss. Going. No further questions. I wish to do further violence upon these people that are all wearing blue. And it's kind of a thing that we're the only one not wearing blue. Well, we've climbed up to 6th place. We're less rubbish now, after slamming my face into a tree. Sir, cease. Perish. The police presence is a concern. They will actually try to arrest you, and that can be a problem. But if you get other people arrested, it works out in your favor, so you know. Pretty typical stuff there, but we drove too fast. Now we've left that reality. Marvel, okay. There's a bunch of Marvel stuff in here. 1992 Data East, though, that's Captain America? It was Nintendo, so it's... Yep, it's the Super Nintendo one then. Okay. Yeah, sure. We'll go with Cap. That'll be fine. Bad things are happening, and it's time for us to punch people. Don't want to waste too much time deciding anything, because we only have so much time. I was about to say I'd go if I could go. You did not let me go yet. I'm sure you will handle this, yes. By the power of punching and throwing shields at people. This is going well. I don't think this is the good version of this game, because there's a few versions of this, and I think I have more than one of them in here because I was a fool and decided to put multiple copies of some things in because it would be funny. Oh hey, speaking of multiple copies of something, hey, we're back to Mega Man. Remember when I said it might pick something multiple times? Yeah. It has chosen this, apparently, as its do this a lot right now thing. Which, you know, it could be worse things. But I am stuck in perpetual purgatory here trying to get this damn life, so maybe this could be better. But, you know, this is where we're at right now, so this is what we're getting. Yeah, that's about it, what I expected when I got to that health. Now, it's worth noting, I'm not good at classic Mega Man. There was a brief period where I was okay at it, and I have not touched these in so long that that brief period of okay has left me. This will also be true for many other things that will show up today. I should have explained this right off the top properly, but there is no progress expected to be made. This is not intended to have even the slightest hint of success in it. This is just for fuckery. And I figure this is a very on-brand reward for everyone choosing to follow up to the point where we got 500 of you lined up here. So... Oh, you don't move. You just sit there. Okay. So we'll just blast you then. I expected him to come flying at me. Yep, I had a feeling that ceiling was gonna kill me. Well, good news. We made great progress towards our own demise. Where we've already gotten one game over. And we're not even an hour in. So, you know, that's great. It's okay, we're leaving that reality again, though. And going very far in the opposite direction. Because it's time for Flintstones. Now you might think, we can't go anywhere here. Thankfully, Fred knows how to ledge grab. So, we can actually make progress here. Otherwise, that would have been disastrous. And you might be wondering, why do you know anything about this game to begin with? I've seen someone play this game before, and they suffered through the entire thing, and it wasn't that bad. It's not great, but it wasn't that bad. Though, you know, the pitches they chose for their music certainly were a choice, but it's an NES game. There's only so much you can ask for there. Okay, you cannot club a rock. The rock defeats your club. Understood. And they're sentient rocks that wish your death. Yep. We've done it. We escaped rock hell and got our health back up. It looks... Oh, there's an extra life over there. Come on, Barney. You can do it. Come on, up. There we go. I feel like we're gonna need that. Aha, prizes. I made an assumption based on the fact that there were bars across this death pit looking area here that they intended you to fall down here and come back. Thankfully, my assumption was not in vain, though our life might be over anyway, but... no, we got him. We're fine. Everything is okay. Decidedly only okay. I had a feeling life was gonna come at me fast there. Does this hurt me? No, it doesn't. Okay, good. Going up. Why can I hit the flames? What does that do for me? I can't put out fire with a club. At least not constant fire. I mean, I guess if there was just a stationary flame there, I probably could put it out by hitting it with a club enough times. They found the kids, and then they left. For a different Taito game. But not the version of this I've played before. I believe there's also an SNES version of this, and I think that's the one I played. Yeah, it's time for Panic Restaurant. From fighting prehistoric animals to fighting food. What a day, really. Ah, the chicken missed. Give me your coins. We need to gamble once this war is done. Face the power of my spoon. My fury is endless, and so is my spoon. Yes, candy heals you. Why would you eat all this food when you can eat a piece of candy to feel better? But it's time for our first boss. A pan. And, well, we'll deal with that later. It's time for a Game Boy Advance game. In this case, Drill Dozer. Another game I've never played, but always heard good things about. And it's in a very frequently used style for this system, so we'll just see how this works out for us. Yeah, we're somewhere. Okay. Go break things, fuck up people, you got it, boss. Time to go ruin somebody else's day, as we do. I will eventually have control over my movements. We might also get sent away from here before we get the chance. That seems inconvenient. That's a deep fucking hole, too. That doesn't sound good. Gonna go with a no on that one with how far they fell. Oh. A lot of familiar looking junk heap here. That could be a problem. Little too busy being concussed. Hang on. Well, there's not much getting back to do. It's right there. Oh, good. It still works. There we go. I mean, that might be a little excessive, but sure, yes. Still a little dizzy, though. Good for you. You made the thing. Okay, so that's how we drill. We use either of the shoulder buttons. And we can probably only drill the things the game wants us to drill, like that. But we'll find out later, because we're no longer doing that. It's time for Duke Nukem. But not one that anyone would be familiar with, probably. I can't help but notice you missed a letter there, Duke. There you go. Now you fixed it. Yeah, this is the Game Boy Color version. Because it existed, and I needed more filler. And I need to know how bad this is. Okay, it might actually be back to his roots of side-scrolling then, based on the fact that he's got a sprite there. I was half expecting just really awfully pixelated in first-person shooter on the Game Boy somehow, which would have been really funny. Got sucked up into space. I mean, it's an interview of sorts still, really, at the end of the day. Anyway, let's move right along, shall we? Oh, convenient there just happens to be a shotgun in there. That sure is a sound he makes, okay. We can crouch. Can't move while crouching, though. I've been covered in green goo and it hurts. Okay, we look like we're gonna be able to have multiple weapons based on that little right bit there. Oh god, the slime needs to be destroyed, huh? Okay. We do have aiming, so that's good. Ah! Not that it's effective, but we can do it. There we go. Okay, we've got respawning enemies. That's upsetting, but understandable. I'm gonna keep ending up walking into those delayed explosions. Speaking of the place I'm gonna get my ass kicked, here we go. It's Comix Zone. This is at least a good game, though. There we go. Now I'm starting to figure it out. I'm just gonna punch you in a corner here until you die. God damn, you're durable. You give up eventually, I'm sure. There you go. Let's go this way. The more you say there's nothing here, the more interested I am. But we'll find out about that later. Now it's time for Ninja Gaiden 3. Oh yeah, this is the point where he actually makes noise when he stabs. In addition to just the sound of the sword. More sword length. That desperately gonna need. I don't remember what any of the power-ups do anymore, so that's gonna be a thing. But, you know, we'll just make do as best we can. The exit is not our exit. Oh, right, we can only do that while we're on the wall. For some reason. There we go. Just go ahead and clear all of that mess out. I will point at you until you leave. There we go. I was out of power, so I couldn't keep doing that. Well, I was gonna say I don't want that one, and then I ended up picking it up anyway. Clearly what I want doesn't matter, and this should not come as a shock to anyone. Okay, is this all you do? Do you just do ground fire that I have to jump over? Because I remember the first boss isn't that bad. Unlike, say, for example, the first game where the first boss takes you a minute to figure out what to do in order not to just get destroyed. There we go. Nice and easy. That was the perfect timing. Faded to black and went to a different game. A very different game, in fact. the Chaos Engine. Game I found very interesting, but never could actually really accomplish anything with. Probably shouldn't leave it on hard, but you know what? We're doing it. We've got a bunch of gentlemen here to pick from. I don't remember what the benefits really of any of these are. This guy's got the right idea, though. I think that's a health pack. We'll bring the health pack with us. That seems like a good idea. Yeah, just a simple little shooting game here. That's not nearly so simple as I'm making it sound. Now, I don't think that this is the best version of this game. I want to say there's a specific version that everybody says is good for this game, and this isn't that one. I think the slowdown ends up being a problem with this one, but, you know, this is what we got, so this is what we're going for. You know, any game that was ported multiple times, somebody's gonna be like, this is the better version. And the reasoning usually is mostly irrelevant. And speaking of irrelevant, it's time to be somewhere else. Battletoads in Ragnarok's world. It's really picking a lot of the Game Boy stuff. Like, obviously, there is a decent amount of Game Boy games in here, but I don't actually know what system has the majority in here, because I didn't count the individual systems as I was going. I just kind of was grabbing piles and chucking them in after a while. Which is where the quality started to slip. Is like, I couldn't sit there and just keep being super picky about it the whole time, or I would have never finished the list. Like, it would have genuinely been impossible. I thought that was gonna land on him. I am so disappointed right now. Your catch. Dang it. I thought it was gonna bounce and hit him. Well, never mind. Thankfully, we do still have running attacks, so we got that going for us. Come on back on screen. I need to be able to keep hitting you. Not that one. No, I want that. Yeah, there we go. We got our whacking stick. As you can see, makes much quicker work of all of our enemies here. You know, till we get hit by the top pixel of a flying enemy. But that's fine. Punch him off screen, get our stick back. Everything's fine. I think he's not dead. Sure isn't. Of course he isn't. Why would he be dead? That would be convenient for me. There we go. Now he's dead. Upsetting. No, never mind. That's more upsetting. But it's fine. We left. It's time to see something Namco did. The Klonoa Works there might give away what this is a little bit. This is Klonoa 2. At least the Game Boy Advance Klonoa 2, as opposed to the other Klonoa 2. I figured we played the first Klonoa game for the Game Boy Advance, we may as well throw in the second one. We will just have infinitely less context for what's going on this time compared to last time. Because I can't wait for the cutscenes, otherwise the game will leave. Very good. I'm glad you're a robot. I'm glad you give hints. Now, can we kindly move forward? Thank you. Okay, so it does function the same as the first one, it looks like. Why? Who? Come here, you. I'm glad I murdered a man to get health and then promptly lost that health because I didn't actually need it in the first place. No. Come with me. I need your assistance. There we go. They're gonna be teaching me all the things from the first game, I presume. I don't think we go up there. I think we only want to go this way. And that seems to be the unique pickup for this area. Ah! So there's wind spots instead of, like, those whole big wind streams we had in the previous game. Or at least currently, there's only the little ones. And we can follow up that with a throw. I could go get that last little one, but not gonna worry about that. Nope. Well, we're definitely not worrying about it now. Because we've got bigger problems. Namely, once it cycles over. Well, crawfish could be a problem too, but that's neither here nor there. Aliens. We've got aliens. Not gonna worry about it. Just gonna keep going. Just gonna keep clicking forward till it lets me play video game. I probably should have read the level requirement part. This sure is a thing that's happening. Well, I appear to have rescued that man by absorbing him into my form. I'm just gonna eat all of these civilians then, slash marines, slash whatever these people in green are. I presume they're the crew of whatever place we're at. We have 2 different equipment items, so that has potential to be something big. What? Oh, he had a chest burster in him. We saw him spit it out right before we left that reality. You might also notice there's a bunch of Taito games in here. That's because Taito did a lot of stuff in this era, so they end up showing up a bunch. And when you're kind of locked to mostly this set of games, you're gonna see them a lot. Because, like, in theory, BizHawk can do PS2, but I didn't trust it enough to run well that I did not put anything from that system in, for example. I thought about it, though. I did think about it. Is at the point where our hardware's at this point, it probably could struggle and do it, but I feel like we're gonna be having enough of a struggle without making the hardware struggle too. I don't know where I'm going, but I'm gonna just hope I'm going the right way. Considering I'm finding more enemies, I'm going to presume I'm doing it good. Well, I did good enough that we ended up leaving. It's time for a Hanko alien. Your entire goal in this game is dig holes, dump aliens in holes, and then close the hole. So that the alien perishes. Just don't be too slow, or the alien will get out of the hole and try to kill you. Like that. I was too slow. And that's how you die. You get your face eaten by an alien. Eaten, probably both. Thankfully, these aliens aren't very smart. They will just walk into this hole, eventually. But I also need to protect my back from the other aliens. These early stages, you can kind of just do this. Just wall yourself in and wait for them to be stupid enough to walk into the hole. And then we just delete the alien. How you can bury them all in the same spot is beyond me, but somehow it works. Could Would you kindly... Thank you. We did it. I actually played a decent amount of this once upon a time, trying to understand it. I was only partially successful in understanding anything. You also don't want to put your holes too close together, because if you can't reach the hole, then, you know, you obviously can't bury the alien. And you also don't want to take too long getting to them, like we discussed before. Thankfully, they decided to all attack the same spots, so it actually worked out perfectly for us. We'll just set some traps here and wait for the alien to come back. Because now that he's faster because he's the last one, he is absolutely going to come back here eventually. Or he's not going to. We'll just start making new holes. Now, of course he went to that one while I'm all the way over here. They will struggle out of the hole faster as well, I think. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. It is no longer our problem. We have a whole new problem. The Adventures of Batman and Robin. Specifically the Super Nintendo one. I don't remember if I put both the Genesis and the Super Nintendo one in or not. Because there's not that much of a difference between them, I don't think. Or is the... No, this is the one that has actually a reasonably significant difference, I think. Yeah, because you actually get to pick tools, and it's more of a beat 'em up rather than a shmup. The Genesis one is more of a shmup, which is a weird split, all things considered. Oh no, my one weakness, bullets. There's some free health. I see you up there. Not really sure there's anything I can do about you. You know, you just keep shooting the air over there. You'll be fine. I expected him to shoot faster than that, which is why I jumped, and then turns out he wanted to pose first. When in doubt, jump kick your way to victory. Just land on them with your thigh and they will die. Why do you want Harley? Yeah, I kind of gathered as much. It's almost like there's a sign that says Funhouse and a Joker face on it. Don't have to be the greatest detective to figure that one out. Joker dummies with machine guns, because why not? They're really durable, too. Okay, so I can duck those shots. Okay. I should have known. When in doubt, sweep the leg. Up we go. Ah, now everything's gonna start moving. And we have a wall jump. Understood. Yep, of course this place is full of traps. Why wouldn't it be? And we got hit with spikes so hard we get sent out of that reality. Into Mr. Driller. Yeah, we'll just do the 2,500. We gotta be fast or the earth is going to collapse upon my head. I want that oxygen. Okay, good, I did dodge death. Excellent. I accomplished exactly what I set out to do. Because you need to keep oxygen or you will die. That air meter runs out, you lose. You get crushed by blocks, you lose. Basically, what I'm trying to say is there's a lot of ways to lose in this game. Like that. We have died. But thankfully, we have extra lives. So it's not really that big an issue. Blocks of the same colors will connect to each other, and that allows you to make sure you have some protection. It takes multiple hits to break those X blocks, which is why I've been kind of ignoring them. I fucked up again. I started rushing, which was a mistake. Now, it's worth noting, I've not played that much Mr. Driller. I do know how it works, but I've not really played a ton of any of these. There we go. That level's clear, now the layout changes. Now let's start speeding up now that I'm getting a little more comfortable with how this moves. Okay, so we can destroy those death blocks by just bringing enough of them together, it seems. Okay. Just narrowly avoid our death. And, well, from one death to another. We finished digging a hole, and now it's time for Pitfall. Ironically enough, I think this is the same... Isn't this the same subtitle that the PS2 game we played had? I feel like there's a bunch of Pitfall: The Mayan Adventures. Wow, he moves fast. Okay. Okay, those spit poison. Or acid, whichever one you would rather believe it is. Got a slingshot, we got a boomerang. The boomerang does come back, okay. As one would. I think how near that gator is to us up there is our health bar. Those are instant death, as it turns out. Okay, very good. Just wave goodbye as you disappear into the quicksand. That one doesn't seem to want to close until I went to jump over it. We don't have any, like, kind of ledge grabbing or anything, so... I don't think I want to deal with that boar. That boar seems like a bad idea. Knocking a heart out of the air also doesn't seem like my finest of plans, but probably better than most. I feel like I'm not standing on anything here, but you know what? If you're gonna allow it, game, I'm gonna do it. Now, this is gonna get more chaotic as we start shuffling back to games that we've already started. Shuffling back to the start of games is actually not too bad. I think that's telling me where I need to go, but it doesn't matter because we left completely and it's time to fly. These statues look much happier than I am. I don't know what to do with that information. I'm gonna try to just disregard the ground targets if I can, because I'm having a real hard time hitting them. Thankfully, the more power-ups you have, the more hits you can take, so we're kind of okay. And I say that as we've lost all of our power-ups, but you know what? We're not dead, and that's what matters. I think I can fly into that, but I'd rather not. Then again, there's that thing instead, so maybe flying into the giant maw of death might have been a better idea. I don't know. Because we seem to be unable to hurt this thing, so we kind of just gotta wait it out. These seem like they'll try to kill me. Yep. Thought I remembered that. Because I have played this game once upon a time. So, quite a long time. Okay, we made it through the statue field. And into a different game. warm in here. This is another game I actually spent a decent amount of time trying to figure out. Unsuccessfully. I got decently far. I think I got like 3 or 4 stages in, and then I just could not figure anything out to make any more forward progress. But for now, we are Donald Duck with a gun. Because, you know, why would that be a bad idea? We can also be eaten by these bookcases, and they will put us into the background. Here in the background, there's wind right now, though. So that makes our life complicated. Donald, please. I just want that coin. There we go. Or, I guess it's a gem, really, but it almost looks like a coin. There we go. You might think you have to press down when you're in the background to go back to the foreground, but no, you actually press up again. Shoot the spooky butler. As you do. These are checkpoints. They're great to have. Not the fish, though. The fish is not great to have. The fish are, honestly, a real big problem. Okay, that was a mistake. Don't shoot that again. Understood. Those bugs that were flying around up there would actually be really good to have because they're different ammo types for our gun. You might have noticed that our regular shot is based on those beetles up there in the top right, and our health's up there in the top left under our lives. And if you might have guessed that fitting between these with the way Donald is posing is hard, you'd be right. His hitbox isn't completely there, but it's hard to tell exactly where it is. But we'll deal with that later. I can already tell it's crunchy enough for the Game Boy. But... oh, it's Croc too. Okay. That's a thing. Speaking of games I never played... I've never played any version of any of the Croc games, but I've heard that the more standard version of this, which I think is the PlayStation game, is actually really good. And this seems fine. Like, the sprite work is good enough. The animation's decent. Your sandwich has been stolen, huh? Okay. Where, pray tell, did the crow go that stole your sandwich? The answer is, who knows? So we'll just go this way and hope we figure it out. Okay, we can jump that high. We cannot, however, jump that high. Understood. And spinning in the air doesn't get us any distance, so we need to keep that in mind. But it does protect us against enemies. Okay, I must have done something good by picking that up, considering he did a little dance. Judging from the stripes and the eye patch, I'm going to assume these guys running around with swords are pirates. That's a pretty typical depiction of a small little cartoon pirate. We've only got 1 health left, and I'm not really the happiest about that. We can't go in the water despite being presumably capable of swimming. No, and thank you. Much appreciated. We hit it a little while ago, but it took me a while to get this list done. So... yeah, exactly. And we're not even gonna get to eat the sandwich, so I'm not even sure why we're bothering to do this, but, you know. I guess we gotta go do the hero thing, because why not? Okay, that hurts me even though it's next to me. Okay. Understood. Really seems very unlikely to not take damage there, so... let's go this way instead of dealing with the next one. Probably need to put something there, I guess. This almost looks like you... Aha, you can push it. I pushed it too hard, though. We left that reality. And now we're in Metal Storm. Yeah, I mean... That's fair. Now, one of the neat things with Metal Storm is you can actually flip gravity for reasons. And you'll notice it affects them, too. So you can actually manipulate the situation decently well by just flipping around. Now, currently, I do believe we only have one hit, so we gotta be a little careful. Yep. Every 1 to 3 minutes, somewhere in between those two numbers, it will change. I'd say for better or worse, but usually worse. And it'll make a save state every time it switches off of something, so it will come back to exactly where we were when it left before. So, expect me to be dropped off into some very awkward situations randomly, after this starts really getting going. It will have upsetting consequences for me at some point. For an NES game, though, this is really well animated, with a surprising amount of sprite detail. Now we're back in this awkward situation again, but we're just gonna do this instead. There we go. Oh yeah, absolutely. Not gonna be upset with my past self in any way, shape, or form. At least we left that one in a safe spot. And it's time for Mystical Ninja. Okay, good, I can skip these scenes, because they do take a little while. As much as they'd be fun to watch, we got things to do and places to be. And people to whack with a pipe. Right, the fish lingers and is dangerous, right. Oh, get back here. I need to shake you down for money. Or apparently also items. Forgot they also could drop items. I thought they just straight up only dropped money. There we go. Now I've got a longer, better pipe. The day is saved. You desperately need that pipe improvement or you are going to die a miserable death in this game. Or you have to know what you're doing, and let me tell you, I ain't that. Oh right, don't hit the lady. Hitting the lady costs money. How much does stuff in the store cost? I have $10. What can I buy? I don't know about the everything you need. You don't have a way out of this reality. $20 for the sandals, $30 for the pizza, $30 for bombs. Nope, I am too poor for anything. To no one's surprise. Oh yeah, if you get hit too much, you lose your power-ups too. That's nothing but a shame. Grab another lucky cat and get our power-up back. One of these days I'll pay enough attention to not just hit the random woman that's running around town. Really, it's her own fault for running around when everyone else wants us dead. I mean, I suppose if we try hard enough, it would get me out of there, yeah. Okay, that's how you control this game, right? Skeleton has developed the power of flight because he doesn't have skin anymore. I keep thinking I can attack upward, and I keep wasting my spells because of it. Get in the hole. Get out of here. Okay, you know what? He is enough of a nuisance. And... oh, there's life 1. Yeah, for anybody that missed it, there is a listing of what game is currently on screen down at the bottom of the screen. So just refer to that if you have a question of what the hell's happening. You know, aside from the I don't understand why this game is the way that it is, that... there's only so much help for that. Apparently I'm in just the right spot that those guys would have just kept respawning, so that was great. That was a wonderful decision on my part to burn all my magic trying to get rid of them. I'm not sure how to deal with that thing. It seems like you just have to magic it once you get it to spawn. Is landing the right way to hit it seems impossible. Yep, that's exactly what you need to do. It looks like, yep, I knew at least one more of those platforms was gonna have one of those, because of course they weren't gonna just try to pull that trick once. We have replaced our axe with the sword. It's not a very good sword, but you know what? It will hopefully do a better job than the axe was. Well, not our problem anymore. That's a problem we can kick down to the future. So the future is now, because it's Mega Man. I mean, it's not a huge issue where we start, but some of these will definitely be easier with tools than others. I think I can do Dustman. I think I can probably do Dustman just fine. Right, you like to do that trick, I remember now. You like to hit me out of the air when I try to jump over the pits and make sure I go in the pit. Makes nothing but sense. It's honestly a very strong strategy. Come on, stick your head up again. You little shit. How many of these damn things are living in there? Good lord. And I'm assuming this pit's gonna do it too. Of course it is. This one too? Yep, of course. I don't even know why I'm bothering to kill those guys. There's no way I can get the drops from them. Unless I happen to shoot them just right in the air. Which, got bad news for you on that one. I ain't practiced enough anymore for that kind of nonsense. There we go. Oh yeah, I think these blocks are necessary, aren't they? Oh, that slowdown. Oh, that slowdown. Well, it's fine. We'll deal with it later. First, we have to deal with the Terminator. That sure is a sprite for RoboCop there. Yep, At least we can aim. We're gonna have to from the looks of things. This seems like the type of game I'm better off just having bullets in the air constantly. Oh no, it isn't, because my bullets are only 2 at a time in the air. You can't have a third bullet. Third bullet would be against the law, and RoboCop follows the law. I can, however, grab pipes, but apparently I cannot go on top of the pipe? Well, it doesn't matter, we're leaving. Speaking of breaking the law, it's time for Bomberman. Apparently, I mean, a robot body like that would definitely be really heavy, but I feel like he also is supposed to be really strong, so I don't know. Maybe he just needs to spend more time at the gym. Just gotta find some power-ups to hopefully be a functional Bomberman. But we're really not getting very lucky with that right now. This is the exit, isn't it? I don't know, this is... I don't know what... No, I think this is the exit, but you need to kill everything before it works. Perish in flames. Speaking of flames, thank you. Now I can blow up everything bigger. Aha! Larger explosions are more fun. I thought I was gonna get him before he could get me. Turns out I was wrong. Lessons were learned today. Don't just charge your enemies with high explosives. That's just not gonna work out well for you. I mean, we already died once, so we may as well just clean up around here a bit. In the hopes that we get something I can use. Right, if you bomb the exit, you spawn more enemies. Right, that's a thing that happens. There are many things I'm relearning today, because I have played this one a little bit. Really not having much luck getting power-ups here, I gotta say. Well, this is upsetting. Well, good news, we're leaving. It's time for Tiny Toons instead. Time for a small rabbit to commit great violence. Okay, that's how I attack. Right, it's a little weird. You can also slide into things. Yeah, there you go. Now I'm remembering. His regular jumps don't attack. You have to do this weird flip in order to attack. Like if you're just running at things. Oh, right, that counts as an enemy, because of course they hid an enemy in there. And into the dumpster we go, because we failed. Right, you also have a dash meter, so you can't just run everywhere. It has to charge first. Otherwise, you could just solve all your problems by just constantly dashing. Okay, and anything that makes contact with us while we're flipping apparently dies. Selective contact damage in our favor. Because that's how things work, right? Makes nothing but sense. No questions here. Right, dash jumping is a thing. Okay. Thankfully, we got an extra hit earlier. You might notice that he's also running up the walls a little bit, and down the walls, because that's just a thing you can do when you're a cartoon character. I couldn't get a run going. It's too cramped in there. That's fine. With his death is the rise of Sonic Blast Man.
Fighting for freedom.
Yeah, that. The fight for freedom. I will punch all of you suited people in the face. Why? I don't know. I just have a really big smile and an urge to punch people. I'm sure there's a good reason for what I'm doing, but I don't have to know it. Hey, well, it's been a little while since we've been the Flintstones, but here we're back here again, from one Taito game to another once again. This is going well. Okay, so there's stuff up here, but not anything I actually needed. Oh, absolutely. All things come down to for freedom. Oh, okay. Very helpful. Mildly confusing. Oh god. So, fun fact, you have to jump when that launches you in order to get height. The timing on it is, as you might imagine for an NES game, incredibly punishing. Yay, video games. I accidentally made a keyboard appear for a second there. That was concerning. Not entirely sure how I did that. Thankfully, it went away on its own. I'm sure everything is fine. Well, they have been sent back to the past, but there is no escape. Oh no, if it's a Sony ImageSoft game, this might be bad. This is one I've never played, so I have no information on this one at all. I just went, sure, throw it in there. I need more video games in here. Throw it in. Oh, this seems great. Yep, this seems really good. I'm sure this isn't going to have anything wrong with it at all. We know everything we need to know now. It's time to punch things. There we go. For some reason I couldn't move at first, and I was very confused. Joke's on them, there is one escape. It's through massive violence. So that didn't work. As it turns out, maybe there was in fact no escape. I should probably be running as soon as they let me move. Oh, never mind. We escaped to the other way, to a different video game. To the Untouchables. Speaking of games I've never played, it's also an ocean game, which could either be okay or awful. Select an assignment, up or down. We'll just do the first assignment. Why not? Oh, can I even play this without a light gun, actually? Does this seem... Oh, wait, there we go. I figured out how to move. My cover. It exploded. And apparently that kills you. You know what? That makes nothing but sense. Now, how did I move? Ah, there we go. So the shoulder buttons are how you move in and out. Looks like A reloads, X shoots. They made some choices with these controls, I gotta tell you. But you know what? I'm figuring it out slowly but surely. And it looks like there's just a general life meter for the mob over there. Oh, I think I ran out of time? Yep. Out of time. The mob escaped. No, the entire mob escaped. I'm starting to get a hang of this, though. This actually feels decent. Probably... Oh, I can walk further. Well, I walked all the way out of the game. Never mind. It's time for Vice Project Doom. Which is actually a good game, but it's a pretty hard game, so this could go bad. First, we're driving. But I don't remember this being how this game starts, for some reason. I thought we started walking, but, well, you know what, it's fine. Just gonna keep shooting and hope that the infinite wall of bullets I have will protect me for my poor life choices of driving faster. Come on. How long is this? I hope I'm not looking for a specific spot to turn off or something, because that could be a problem. My car... Oh, never mind. We'll worry about that later. I mean, that's how being a hero works, though. You gotta go take on an entire mob by yourself. Speaking of taking on an entire mob by ourselves... Collect magic potions before clicking magic. Yes, I know, shoot or avoid ghosts. I understand how concepts work, video game. Why save keys to open doors? Shouldn't I use keys to open doors? You know, if I'm just hanging on to the keys, that's not gonna open the door. The door has to have the key used on it. There's an exit to stage 4 down there. But why don't we decide to do the greedy stupid thing and go this way? And just face off against the armada of ghosts that we can thankfully just trap in a little corridor here. Nobody ever said these ghosts were smart. That's why they ended up ghosts. But it's a problem we'll deal with later, because apparently Felix has to go catch this weird thing that's flying away. And it's the same solution as we have for all other problems. Great violence. But yeah, you basically pick up the Felix icons until you get one of these M's, then you transform into whatever other form you get. In this case, this garbage form where he just makes a really happy face and everything around him dies. What joy as everything around me perishes. The milk will restore how much time you have in that form. That's what those hearts are down there, is how long you have in this form they've assumed. This came up a lot while I was testing things, is why I even know anything about this game at all. Well, we'll deal with it later. It's time for a Disney game. That also has Bandai attached to it. That was licensed by Nintendo. The Rocketeer. Speaking of games I've never played. Oh, well. We are, I guess, the Rocketeer. We have the helmet, so presumably. And there are men that wish to shoot me, and I will punch them. And they will vaporize into purple goo for some reason. And that guy just, you know, kind of left. I have bullets. Ah! I have gun. Oh, we have multiple guns, in fact. Though they seem to shoot the same, so I have questions. I cannot seem to shoot upward, nor can I actually use my rocket pack to go anywhere. You would think I'd at least be able to, like, jet boost up or something with our fancy rocket pack. But what do I know? I'm just gonna keep shooting this man in the ankle. But why am I wasting bullets? Because my fist can't reach him. That's why I'm wasting bullets. Seems like all of our weapons use the same bullets, too. Just different amounts of it. Like, a grenade is apparently the equivalent of 5 bullets. And I have to punch a man between his knees in order for me to harm him. But it's fine. We're elsewhere once again. Now, these were a last-minute addition because some of these do have long intros. But again, I needed more filling. For example, this right here is an unskippable intro. So, we might shuffle away before we get through this intro. All in all, good time to take a drink and stretch a little bit and wait. These are really good games, though. But I don't know if we're gonna get to see much of any of them. These are actually the games that made me realize I actually enjoy what Inti Creates makes. Eventually this will continue on here, though I believe this is a recap of the second game, so don't read that too closely unless you want the second game to be spoiled. Yeah, no, that I think is like the major bullet points. Which, it's relevant to this one, so it makes sense that they'd cover that, but it can be unfortunate for those that end up grabbing these out of order. I think the intro's done now? Not quite. We're almost done with the intro now, though, I think. First, we have to have Zero and company slowly walking through the snow, because it's important. They gotta talk about it. And immediately jinx themselves by saying things are peaceful. Yep, as expected, we did not even get to play the video game at all, because they're too long-winded with the intro. Instead, it's time for Rayman 2, The Great Escape, for the N64 specifically. Because I also managed to get the N64 emulation to behave itself. It's fascinating how there's a resolution option in an N64 game. Which also doesn't seem to work, but, you know, it's there. I don't think this intro is skippable either, so we might not get to do anything here either. Unless we end up coming back to it. Oh no, the pirates are ruining things. Everything is awful. And I know some of these games are quiet, for those that are wondering, by the way. I can't raise them without raising the ones that are loud, so we kind of have to just play the middle ground as best we can. Oh, we apparently rotated back to Rocketeer. Okay. Speaking of games that would end up loud, this is definitely one of them, because the entire NES set would end up very loud if I tried to make the quiet games louder. I seem to be gaining more weapons, just picking up bullets, and I don't understand, but I'm kind of fine with it. Can I clear this jump? I can. Okay. I went fishing through my inventory like, is there something I use to do this? I wonder why we have two pistols. Oh, why does that one have a spread shot? You know what? I don't know why I'm asking questions. It's not gonna make sense even if I get the answers on these questions. This is honestly a better game than I expected this to be. I put this in just strictly as, like, you know what, I need another game. We'll put it in. But this is surprisingly decent. It's a little mean, but it's an NES game. That's expected. And even then, it's not as mean as you'd expect an NES game to be. Like, I kind of expected that running guy to end up running down after us, for example. Oh. We're learning how to drill now. Ah, okay. Yeah, we're still a little fucked up from the concussion, as it turns out. There's nothing special to that meter. You just hold the button and the meter will do the thing. There might be, like, more meters later or something. Oh, now we actually get to choose to answer the phone instead of them just calling us immediately. Okay. Ah, these are hints. Okay. Business minions must always put on a fake smile. Thug minions are required to frown and look intimidating. There's a help file. There's a skull. Oh no, they closed the door on me. Well, you're not going to get to tell me about that self-repairing barrier. We'll figure that out later. It's time for Shadow Warriors. Which is actually just Ninja Gaiden Shadow again. But for some reason it has a completely different title. I actually thought I removed this, but apparently I forgot. Because I thought these were two different games, and then I checked it and went, oh, right, I'm wrong about that. And then just didn't end up remembering to remove it. Because I ended up with a couple duplicates in the pile because of things having, like, different names in Europe and things like that, which is where this issue came from in particular. But it's fine. It'll just make it even more confusing for me when we end up back in the same game but in a different spot. It could happen. I put in like 3 versions of a game as a joke in one of these shufflers before, and it went through all 3 versions back to back. And that was fucking jarring. In fact, I think it was the Mega Man Shuffler I did, where we went through the Game Boy version of Mega Man 1, then the NES version of Mega Man 1, and then I think it was the Game Boy Color Mega Man 1, which is technically a different game, ended up happening immediately afterward. Which, speaking of different things, different versions of good games, it's time for the Game Boy Color version of Perfect Dark. Oh yeah, you actually pick your location for your language. The wrong button. Ah!
Joanna, after your many
I can't believe they voiced this.
This is the final test. Beyond this door is the Carrington Institute training ground. It simulates urban combat conditions.
It's a Game Boy Color game with voice acting. There you go, see? Doesn't this look like the Perfect Dark you remember? It's actually really good for what it is. I can obtain items by murdering men and then hitting select button. Got it. Do. He has bullets. Do. There's also these segments that happen where they expect you to. There will be enemies popping out, I'm pretty sure, instead of targets in the future. Only missed 2 shots so far. This crosshair's a little squirrely. Button mashing's working though. Can I leave yet? I feel like I've shot them a lot. There we go. I just started fucking around after a little bit, so of course the moment I fucked around is when it would let me leave that segment. I almost had a really good score, but then I got bored. I think there's a run button? Oh. Hang on. First I have to do the shoot man button. Man has nothing. Well, we'll deal with that later. There's a surprising amount of weird ports for the Game Boy and Game Boy Color. Like, I didn't put it in, but there's 2 ports of the early GTAs. Not the ones most people know, but the first 2, the top-down ones. Both have Game Boy Color ports for some reason. Let's see if we can get literally anything done here in Mega Man X5. The answer is probably not. Because I seem to recall the introduction being a little on the long side here. Because they have to set the scene for the fact that the colony is crashing and all kinds of bad things are happening. And they're having a nice long conversation about how evil they are and what they're doing. Which I would be fine going into at length if I wasn't on a time limit. And this is exactly why. Instant visual downgrade. Went from one Mega Man to another, though, so, you know, we got that going for us, at least. I seem to recall when I was doing the Mega Man Shuffler, we were stuck with this one for a long time. Because this version is kind of nasty. Like, more so than Mega Man 2 is normally for those that are less familiar with it. Case in point, those hitboxes are really square. And this guy just hits you on arrival. You don't even really get a chance to respond to him, particularly. Okay, good, we're leaving. We're going somewhere better, hopefully. I mean, it's a Konami game. Ah, it's Gradius 3. Yeah, that's fine. That's doable, at least. Not that I'm any good at any of these, because I think I've played a whole, like, one Gradius game ever. And I don't think it was this one. As I've mentioned on other occasions, this really isn't my genre particularly. I'm not completely awful at them, but I'm not, like, spec'd into this idea in any way, shape, or form. I probably should have invested in the speed up, but it's fine. There we go. This speed up's easy to get, and easy to lose when you die a miserable death, because you were focused on the meter at the bottom to make sure you could grab the thing you wanted. There, let's just get speed up immediately this time. This way we're moving at a workable pace instead of slowest ship in the damn fleet. Oh right, missiles just downward. I thought for some reason those were forward. Yeah, you have to get rid of whole sets of those guys in order to get the power-ups out of them. Or aim for the unique-looking enemies. They will usually have the power-ups too. I didn't see that bullet because I forgot they like to use those gray bullets that just look like rocks. It's like, oh yeah, there's nothing there. And whack, dead. Like, for some reason, I just saw all those bullets and then just immediately forgot what the bullets look like. Okay, that's a destroy all things on the screen. Take double. I don't want any more speed up. This speed's fine. I'm already having enough trouble controlling myself. Oh, well, back to no escape. Like, is there a run button or something in this game? Okay, never mind. It's not too bad to get away from them now because they're stuck on the wrong side of that pit. Except they figured it out and we gotta get out of here. Thankfully, apparently it takes them a second to figure out how to climb, too. Okay, climbing up there was useless. Come on. Come on. Why won't you let me climb that rope? Well, look at them jam out on my death. Yeah, apparently he's just not that interested in surviving this endeavor. He seems to have no interest in actually running. He's much more interested in crouching arbitrarily. You would think all these traps dropping would hurt them too, but no. No, why would they? So what's the point of going up here anyway? Is this like just temporary safety? Will they lose me if I stay up here for a while? I have a time limit though, so I can't just stay up there. Turns out it was a fast way to get myself hurt because I just stay stunned for a bit after I drop. Wait, we made it to the end of a screen. We've done a thing. But now I have to fight Man with Spear. Who just is gonna jump a bunch, I guess. If I just keep hitting you, will I eventually win? Because I am attacking faster than you. You obviously hit harder, though. Okay, spam attack is not the answer. Well, time for plan B. Run away! Can't run away, okay. Is there anything in this arena that I can use? The answer to that question is obviously no. If his spear didn't do arbitrary contact damage occasionally, we could just cheap him out by just running back and forth across him. I feel like we clocked more hits that time, but, well, we're out of lives now. And apparently when we die in that world, we end up in Home Alone, so that's a concept. Okay, we've got a water gun. That's clearly going to do a great job of defending us against the wet bandits. How do I switch weapons? Because there we go. This seems resoundingly ineffective. Ah, yes, the perfect plan. We hide in the bathroom. No one will look in here. I mean, this is true. Oh, they hid a lot of valuables in the bathroom, huh? Oh, never mind. We'll deal with that later. He needs time to build his traps. I understand. Now, I originally wasn't going to include anything as common as Mario World, but again, I needed to fill out 500 games, so we ended up with this being here. And it's for some... Oh, there we go. I thought for some reason you could skip out of that and it just wouldn't let me. There we go. Needed to relearn my button configuration for a second. And remember, you can't jump high enough for that. I don't even know why I jumped. I'm short right now. But apparently I'm just going to make an embarrassment of myself because I'm now too used to games with too much weight to them, and I can't move correctly anymore. Amazing. Simply amazing. There we go. Now I'm remembering things. It just took a second of adjustment. Give me all the things, because I'm gonna need lives for how stupid I've become. Speaking of stupid, why would I even touch that? Yeah, I wasn't gonna be able to fit through that. Don't know why I thought that would work. I know what they're gonna tell me here. Oh, they want me to do this. I don't know if that shell's gonna come back. I feel like it will. But if it was going to, it would have by now, so I think we're okay. It's a trap, though. I meant to bounce off of him, but you know what? That's fine. We finished one stage, and now we're not allowed to do anything else. We will never see Mario again. It's time for a Game Boy version of Skate or Die instead. Which, for those wondering, my controls do work, it's just not letting me do anything yet. He wants us to really see who's responsible for this game existing. There we go, now we're allowed to start the game. Yeah, it's just a skateboarding platformer, or basically. I think that might have actually been a good thing. Oh boy, that's a hole. I think they're trying to kill me. Okay, yeah, those are things I want. Okay. Trash cans aren't real. Ah, okay, you have to press a different button other than the one you'd expect to duck. You would think down would be duck. No, you have to press B in order to duck. The healing power of soda and junk food will save us. I can't believe that almost worked. Okay, and there was no checkpoint in this stage. Okay. Understandable. This doesn't seem like it's that long a stage. And now that I know what I'm doing a little bit, we should be okay. Just hop up on the rails. Slide under the spikes. You know, standard skateboarding hazards. Dogs attacking you, spikes, falling off cliffs. I jumped too early because I'm like, I can get away with jumping for fun here, and then, yeah. Never made it back to the ground. But it's fine, we'll deal with that later. It's time to go search for Dr. Livingston. I definitely put some real left field choices in here, as I do. Sir, tell me things. Okay. Even if Livingston never comes back, they're leaving. Understandable. Find grapnel to go in jungle. Got it. Nothing here. There's a spider. It's waiting for me. It's gonna ambush me. Joke's on you, I saw you. Get punched. Now I have a knife that I don't know how to use. Ah. We have 3 lives, 6 health, 1 strength, 1 shield. I don't think I actually want to use the knife right now, because we only have 2 of them. It seems like something we don't want to— oh god! Well, that's funny timing, all things considered. We were eaten by a spider and sent to another reality. Our new reality is English, French, or German. Men in Black 2, the series. Or, I should say, I think it's Men in Black the Series 2. Because it's not based on the movies, it's based on the show. Which the show is quite good. But one day I need to actually finish watching the entire show. Oh, that's a great sound to hear. Okay. Well, I found one of the 4 glasses we're looking for. Yep. Yep. Okay. Everything's fine. Everything is okay. We're not dead yet. You know, sometimes timing just works out. I wish I could say I did that on purpose, but I really can't lie to y'all in that regard right now. I don't know why the arrow is telling us to go this way. We clearly still have the 1 pair of glasses we picked up. Well, doesn't matter. I thought I took this one out, but you know what? It's fine. Sure, we'll be the one with glasses. That seems like a great idea. Play basketball while wearing glasses. What could possibly go wrong? Fuck 'em up. God, that is the slowest jump in the world. Good for them. They got 2 points. But you know what? I got 2 punches in. Oh my god, he just fucked my shit up immediately. And that guy's just getting more and more excited about it by the minute. Wow, they're so fast with those punches. How am I supposed to have a prayer of winning this? That's not supposed to... I was not intending to shoot there, and he... What, the AI just did it too. Okay. Just throw the damn thing. Fuck it. What could possibly go wrong? It can't be any worse than how it's been going. It's time for final fight. Exactly. Machiha. You know, some of these switches, it's a lot harder to come up with a a logic for why we ended up here. Clearly, we lost the basketball game, and now we're just on the streets beating the hell out of all the people who went to watch the game, but didn't bet on us. We left our glasses behind because, you know, brawling in a basketball game, you can wear your glasses just fine. But how you're in the streets, you gotta put them away. Well, never mind. Now, I don't know what this is. Move blocks and drop them on the floor. Okay. I think I did a thing for a second there. Yeah, there we go. So I guess the entire thing we do here is we grab hold of block and we move block. So try not to drop block on head. You know, you would think we would be that guy that was standing there, but no, we're just apparently this blob. I assume the end goal then is game, please. I was trying to grab hold of the block and he decided to push it inward instead of listening to directions. Okay, yeah, you just gotta get all the blocks onto the ground. Okay. Blocks break from above 2 blocks. So if they're high enough up, they explode. Got it. Let's move this out of the way then, so we don't drop the other one on our head, trying to move this one. And there we go, we broke that. Broken. Oh, we don't want to break it. Okay. So let's do this then. We'll put that there, and then it'll only fall 1, and we'll be fine. Ta-da! And now we just go around over here with our weird, like, limbless Kirby. And then stage cleared. You can only move 1 block at a time. I noticed that. Well, it doesn't matter. It's off to a whole different situation where a mountainside explodes. That's one way to start, I guess. We also apparently can't skip this. There's a whole thing happening here. And a missile got launched, and then it fell out of the air, probably. Yep, see, the satellites crashed into the Alps, so that's probably not great. Oh, good. Multiple people are being threatened now. I'm sure that's great. That seems fine. Revolutions happen often enough. I'm sure that they can figure out who's doing that. Also, it's very, very awkward having all of this text happen without any sound. Not even a typewriter sound or anything. It's just silently printing text on the screen. which is just getting more and more awkward as this continues longer and longer. I get the feeling we're not gonna get to play this game. Just have this feeling. Oh wait, there's a hand moving a gun. Assembling a weapon. Figuring out how to aim. Aiming at a skeleton. And then the skeleton's head explode. So yeah, Golgo 13. That's a game we're gonna be playing too, because why not? Though apparently it has even more intro. Where was all of this animation when they were doing that whole long explanation a minute ago? Well, we're not gonna get to figure out who's in that photograph. Dr. Natsume, apparently. There we go. See, this gets to the point where it's going right in. We're just a little gator committing violence with our tail. And he looks real angry about something. I kind of assumed that that power increase was going to make something different happen with our attack animation, but apparently not really. Okay, there's knockback. There's actually a decent amount of it. Okay, the bomb kills everything on screen. And everything tumbles like it's bubble bubble. Kaboom! Because why wouldn't I just blow up everything? So this definitely seems like a good game to remind people that there is that flashing light warning at the top of the screen for a very good reason. If you are susceptible to flashing lights, maybe don't watch parts of this. This might be a good day for audio only for some people. Hey, ABC. You're good. You're good. Do what you gotta do. I'm gonna be very focused most of the time anyway, so no stress for anybody there. It's gonna take a decent amount of attention to keep up with what's happening here today. I want that, but I have to go around to get it, apparently. I don't know if items despawn. Oh, apparently they fly away. So that's a thing. You know, game, it'd be great if you gave me a healing item of any kind. If those even exist in this game. Like, the power-ups are great, but, thing that makes me no longer dying, please. Like, are these POWs something I use? No, it doesn't seem like it. Also, apparently you sync through those, so that's a problem. Game over! Wow, completely game over too, because we went to a completely different game. It's time for Trog. Which certainly was another case of this is a choice to put in, but you know what? We're here. We're just a dinosaur collecting things. We gotta collect all these blue things so we can leave. And the cavemen want to eat us. As you might imagine, we don't want that. Also, those mushrooms were a bad idea. They made me a lot slower. Thankfully, the cavemen are stupid, and they fell off the cliff. We can also fall off that same cliff. The flowers make us run faster. We want the flowers, but not too many of them. There we go, there's an exit. And we're out of here. And that's the entire game, basically, is just doing more and more stages of that. That get more complex, more dangerous. And the cavemen start gaining new abilities, if I remember right, later on. Pineapple. For some reason, a pineapple turns us into a ferocious monster that can eat everything. The tables turn. We consume them now. Ow. Anyway, we're out of that. And, yeah, that could be a problem. But thankfully, another one spawned. Yeah, you can kind of look at this as like Dinosaur Pac-Man, and it basically is correct. And we'll deal with the more detail of it later. It's time to punch things once again with Duel Heroes. Which we've beaten this already, but I figured, you know what? Why not throw at least a fighting game in here? So we have some really awkward times to come back to. Yeah, it's fine. We don't need to save. I don't remember who we beat the game with. I want to say it was one of you two. Might have been Retsu. We'll just go the easy road. Just grab Guy, the fire hero, and go with it. The longer we spend deciding, the less time we get to actually do anything. Stage 1. Who is your first opponent? I don't remember. When it eventually loads. Oh, okay, you go straight into fighting Ho. Okay. There's our power-up thing. How to do anything, so I'm getting my ass kicked.
Winner.
Oh, I know why this is a little weird right now. It's my control configuration. There's my kick button. Because I mapped the C buttons to the stick because there's not enough button space for the C buttons to be in a good spot. That's why I couldn't find my kick button, because it's C down for some reason in this game. And we got one win, and now it's time for us to go. I'm not gonna get to play an N64 game long enough today to get used to the way I have the controls set, I think. Standing ominously on the corner of a building as we get blinded by a searchlight. There we go, that's how I do that. I was gonna say, these guys really don't know how to take a punch. They get punched once and they're just out. And then that guy just got back up again. Can't hit them when they're on the ground either. We can knock the guys out of the windows though, so that's good. Does that hit harder? No, it seems to hit about the same damage. Okay. Or at least still not enough to knock these guys out in one. That diving kick seems like it'll be pretty good. I'm a little worried about the hover on our jumps, though. I feel like that's gonna get me in trouble more than it helps me. Look at this gun guy knowing to run away from the man who's about to punch him. Smarter than the average crook, he is. Smarter than the average crook. Okay, we do have a block button, it looks like. Why is our left shoulder button a jab? What is this control scheme? For those who haven't figured it out yet, A is jump, that's fine. B is this kick. X is the spin kick, and then Y was a regular punch. This was a really bad time to come back to Road Rash. I think we're gonna lose this race because we came back just in time to crash into a moose. Because I tried to move with the stick, forgetting that, no, I did not map this to the stick. I mapped this to the D-pad because that will move better, or for a lot of these things. And I couldn't double map it for some reason. Come on, gotta gain the ground back. Because we have a little bit of race left, and I got arrested, never mind. Because that's what happens, if you crash once the police are on you, it's over. They take your money and you lose the race. So it's just a bad deal all around, don't get caught. Anyway, let's do this again, but better, hopefully. Plus or minus getting taken away by the shuffler again. Because these races are decently long, so we're probably not getting through one without getting shuffled partway through it. Oh, these guys got weapons now. Oh yeah, you can also kick and, like, chop, I guess, would be the best way to explain what that move is. Because if you press down, you kick. If you press up, you do the chop. And I think that does more health if you can land it. Or in my case, it gets your ass kicked. It was really just a bad idea. And you'll notice their health comes back. I believe ours does too, as long as we stay on our bike for a little bit. Which, you know, that's been my big problem, is staying on the bike. I'm trying to demonstrate things. Well, speaking of demonstration, it's time to demonstrate a new thing, Archon. Which is another one that I don't know why I kept in here, but, well, we have it. It's basically battle chess, except with extra steps. Because you actually have to fight the battles yourself, instead of attacker winning by default. Yeah, the AI will move first on the light side. Then I'll move my goblin. I purposely am not lining up with that one. But yeah, once pieces collide, you go to this screen, where you have to fight for your life. You'll notice that their more valuable piece in the Phoenix has more health than my shady little goblin. We heard it a little, and I believe damage stays. So you can kind of whittle down a more valuable piece. Might be worth a shot here, because I believe the Basilisk has range. Sure does. Problem is that Phoenix is fast. We're decently fast too, but he is way faster than we are. Got him. Okay, so their Phoenix is off the board. That's fantastic for us. Because the Phoenix could be really devastating in smart hands. That's a choice. I mean, sure, my Basilisk is really badly injured. Also wouldn't let me shoot for some reason for a second there. Well, I got fucked because for some reason he wouldn't shoot. I think the cooldown also carried over between fights, so that's unfortunate. And if I hadn't immediately gotten caught in a corner, that would have been a pretty free and easy fight for me. This man is just sliding to the side to show us Street Cop. I don't know what this game is either. It's just another one of those ones where I'm just like, sure, I'll just throw it in there. No, he's throwing bombs at people. I seem to be unable to move. All I can do is move by swinging my baton. I feel like this doesn't work. I might have made a mistake putting this game in. Because it's just an NES game, so it's not like there's complicated controls here. And I saw a mention of the power pad in the bottom right of the intro screen there, which I didn't have time to test this one. So, this might be an unplayable game without the power pad. So give me a quick second here. I'm gonna pause the shuffler for a second and remove that game that was just in there because it doesn't work. Therefore, there's no point in having it there. And thankfully, you can just remove games on the fly without it being an issue. You just need to make sure it's gone before it carries on. There it is. This is why I made sure to have a couple extras in there for when invariably I have to remove something because it didn't work or it had an issue of some kind. Okay, resume the script. Everything should work out fine, and now we'll actually play time tracks. If for some reason it doesn't resume properly, I can quickly reboot it and get it working again. But ideally, it'll just go. Okay. Crates explode. That checks out. Seems like I can't kill that guy. No, he's just a cop. Maybe I'm not supposed to be killing people. Like, blowing up that other thing is one thing, but killing people, I guess, is another. There we go. I guess the goal is to knock them out instead of killing them. Okay, some of these might actually have a couple of issues to them as well. Like, I had to actually select something there because I thought that zip that I put there only had one thing in it. Turns out there's more than one thing. But the script is working, so I'll just roll with it. It'll be fine. Yes, new game. This is Samurai Jack: The Amulet of Time, which is not a great game, but it's not bad either. We can jump, which shakes the earth, and we can chop. That's all you need. You jump and you chop. You sadly don't really jump very good. And that's kind of the biggest problem here. Like, he's packed a few tons of lead in that robe for some reason. I think you can run? Which might help. There we go. Double tap is running. There we go. I knew there was a way to run. I just couldn't figure it out for a second there. No, I do want to save the game. There we go. That's fine. It can be saved all at once. And it didn't matter. We're gonna go to a different game now, which is fine. It's time to sink or swim. Which is what a lot of these games admittedly do. They sink or they swim. believe this game's whole thing is escaping from sinking ships. Yeah, we gotta save people from sinking ships. That's the thing. I gotta lead them down to the submarine, I believe. I probably didn't want to throw a bomb at them. That's probably the opposite of what I was supposed to do. Does the bomb blow this open? Aha! I've done it. I've saved the people. Now what do I do? Like, you would think I'm done here, so why am I still here? Do I blow this up? Oh. Okay, so I can drop a life preserver, which I presume helps at some point. The biggest problem I have is I've done the thing. How am I supposed to leave? Like, do I have to expend all of my tools to leave? Because none of my buttons are doing anything now. No, there we go. That's the exit. Interesting. I guess it makes sense. We're going further into the ship after sending them out of the ship. Just didn't really look like a door. Oh, the water's rising. People are drowning. And we're not gonna solve any of it because we're too busy being a ninja. You might be wondering, after my experience with Ninja Gaiden 1 before, why did I put it back in? Well, I put the other ones in, so it would be wrong to not have this in. And, you know, again, trying to fill out to 500 means making some sacrifices. There we go. I just needed to land high enough up that I could get up there. I definitely swung first game, but you know what? You believe what you wish to believe. Oh yeah, this is the jump spin. Okay. I feel like I didn't want to grab that because now it disappears, but it's fine. Pause time. I also didn't include any hacks in this, though I did consider it. Because there's apparently a really good Deadpool hack for, I think it's this specific Ninja Gaiden, that is very interesting. Like, it's actually a pretty separate game. Oh, doesn't matter. We'll deal with that later. I have to remember how to Captain America now. No, don't drain my health. Bad. Lining up to hit him is a bit of a problem. Oh wow, you just reach all the way across there, huh? Okay. There we go. There goes... You know, that's the first spam bot I've seen in a while. Ha 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 ha. And he runs away. Well, too late. I'm already planning to interfere. They have a lot of range attacks. Okay, we can defeat his magic fist with the shield, though. You know, if we're allowed to stand up long enough to do something. Ideally, we probably should just kill one of them first, but we keep getting hit by one dealing with the other, so it's not really a winning strategy. There we go. Now, if I could just be allowed to do anything, that'd be great. This guy clearly was the one who needed to die first. So the shield can counter him, so I guess it's not that bad. It's a little disappointing that throwing the shield only bounced off the first guy, too. Whereas throwing an enemy is more effective. This may just, in fact, be a bad game. It stopped to think about it for a second, so I thought it was shuffling away. Yeah, laugh it up. As we leave your video game. For one that might not work that well in this setup, but I thought it'd be fun to have. Metal Marines. We're just gonna go ahead and skip the advice, because we don't have time for it. Because we can't skip these dialogue sections. But what this is a strategy game. And I need to remember how to... Okay, we've deployed our headquarters there. Basically, the idea is you have to kill the other players' bases. Bases are gone, game's over. It's that simple. You can deploy those metal marines you see in the middle left there, which are basically mechanized infantry. You can fire missiles to scout. You can put down defenses to stop either of the above from arriving. You got finances and things like that. And it's all in real time, which is where this is going to become an issue. Can I afford a metal marine placement thing? There we go, yes I can. Place a couple metal marines. We have Warf Runs and Energy. Energy, I believe, is what determines you being able to attack. Oh, we already have a decent amount of stuff set up here, though. They actually provided a decent setup straight off the top. Let's get some anti-air missiles. Because the more anti-air missiles you have, the more likely you are to stop them from hitting you with, well, anything, really. Energy plants. Yeah, you can also put up dummy units and dummy bases, but I'm pretty sure the bot doesn't fall for those. Let's send our first attack off. Missile targeting here. We have only one other missile at the moment. Disgusting, but fine. Just fire the missiles. We're not gonna waste metal marines on this trip. Let's just see what we're dealing with over there first. Yep, there's the anti-air missiles. You can fire just a ton of missiles at an anti-air and eventually hit it. Like, see, they have a chance to miss, basically. But they don't have a ton of defenses, so we can... Never mind. We can go to a different game. We're just gonna fly through this as fast as we can, so we hopefully get through this intro before the script takes us away again. Though the odds aren't great. As we watch the Resistance fighters getting slaughtered because they're just still bad at their job. So that thing is a little bit more of a problem for them to deal with without anything worthwhile to use. So dying to that's understandable. So maybe they shouldn't have just stood there shooting uselessly at it. And there's Zero just hanging out. Not looking the best, though. It's been some time. Missing arms will also be a little bit of an issue, you'd think. Does seem like it's a big problem, though. Hey, look at him. He survived a few shots. Yeah, you can't argue with a dead guy. I mean, I guess you could, but it'd be a real one-sided argument at that point. Spooky eyes in the distance are closer than they may appear. And so the Cyber Elf is sacrificed to make Zero functional again. Ta-da! And then we left, as expected. I was pretty sure we weren't going to actually make it through that intro, and we were as close to making it through as we could be without actually managing to do it. Robot. Speaking of jank beat-em-ups, though, this is definitely a little bit of a weird one. Considering one of our moves is to explode. Where's our regular attacks? There we go. And of course, the only power-up we've seen dropped off-screen. There we go. Even the barrels are evil. Oh no. Yeah, our whole thing is a laser whip, missiles, and a couple other things. And we're fighting all kinds of horrifying abominations. Ow, my ankles. Ow, my ankles. Now, you'll notice even the attack I'm doing now is draining energy, though. And I believe you can't completely run out of energy unless you do something stupid. But you'll notice we are just staying at bottom energy. We can't actually get more energy without getting more batteries. Oh yeah, we've also got the foot flamethrower and that arm thing that I just did there, which I'm not sure how I did. We should go in and help people. We've set free a bunch of chickens. Now, you notice the one-player symbol on there? That's because in multiplayer, you will end up actually kind of fighting over those power-ups, because, you know, you kind of both will need them. But somebody could end up being a greedy bastard and pick up everything. Mission 2, expel the aliens as they're eating the houses. For how much of my energy I wasted right off the bat, I'm kind of surprised we're still doing okay. I say as I immediately start getting my shit kicked in again. And there we go. We don't need to worry about that anymore. We had done Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, the movie, the game, for the SNES before, but now we have the Game Boy version. And this actually has a stage select. Let's start where it put us, just in case there's a difficulty curve. Kinda hard to tell them apart when there's no color, so we'll just stick with where they put us. And we'll just go from there. Now, I've never played this version, but it definitely is already very different from the SNES one. So I'm curious to see how this plays out. It kind of feels better than that one, honestly, because the other one has more going on, but it also was just kind of dickish a lot of the time. So, oh, never mind. There it is. There's the turnaround. I also can't tell how to make him punch rather than kicking, because he's doing that just off of A presses. Like, it's not even press forward or backward or anything. It seems to just be range. Oh yeah, here comes another one that we're probably not getting through the intro of. There's a fair few that are just gonna be a little too long-winded off the top, and we're probably not seeing more than the intro of unless we actually get past the... Yeah, we get it to come up a second time. That's what I meant to say. So I believe this has a decently lengthy intro scene. It might be skippable, which would be a shame, but for sake of accomplishing things may be necessary. And people may have recognized that loading animation already, or the people involved. We'll eventually get to something happening. There we go, Discworld. You might be wondering, why did you put a point-and-click adventure game in here? Well, I thought it would be funny. Now, skipping a lot of scenes is going to make this way harder to figure out what we're doing, but it'll be fine, probably. Now, the big issue at play here is you might notice there's a dragon up there. That is entirely possible, don't know.
Yes, a mysterious shape, a sinister shape, a shape fraught with shapeness. It must be a plot element, otherwise there'd be a better label.
Well done, Rincewind. I'm so glad you understand what's happening. And yep, that is expected. Different game now. We did at least get the gameplay for 5 seconds, so you know what? Better than expected. It's now time for the only Wario Land I've not played literally at all. Most of them I've at least touched upon a little bit. This one I've straight up never touched. Wario's got a nice castle and it's about to be robbed. Real shame for him, all things considered. What do you want about ABC? Alright, good night, ABC. Okay, they're flooding the place and stealing money. That seems upsetting. Well, I guess you can't really flood the place when there's that many windows, huh? Grumpy clock over in the corner there that just got thrown there. When the screen flickers like that, I keep thinking that the game is switching because we just aren't even gonna get to finish the intro. That is a very annoying alarm clock. There we go, we got his typical shoulder charge. Hidden room full of money. Yeah, pretty much. I don't know why... I don't know why Wario has just that giant faucet in that one room. Well, we walked through a door and became Sonic Blast Man again. The noise they make when they get defeated amuses me. Just... How do I pick things up? I would like the what appears to be a corn dog. There we go. Why does everything outrange me? Why? Wow, I did not expect him to fly over my head into my other enemies, but you know what? I wish I could say that was planned. Wow, that does a lot of his health and damage. I have a plan. Dodge roll. Haha! You cannot defeat my dodge roll. Turns out the fantastic jump kick technique of most beat 'em ups is defeated by dodge rolling in this game. Dodge rolling is much more effective. Until it isn't. That uppercut move is determined by me pressing a direction while I'm doing my combo, by the way, in case people are wondering why sometimes one attack happens and sometimes the other one does. Oh, time to go to a very similar game, I think. Another Capcom game. Captain Commando. I mean, they already put me on the one I want, so... Mummy Commando. He's got knives. He's gonna shank you. Because I played a version of Captain Commando before, and I tried all of them, and the Mummy ended up being the one I liked the most, I think. I don't remember the Ninja, though. I think the version I played might not have had that one. Camera, why are you down there while I'm up here? What are you doing? That meat doesn't look safe, but you know what? I'm a mummy. It doesn't matter, probably. Hit them with the comically large hammer. That is definitely not really in hand very well. Never mind. We whacked them so hard the game deleted itself. And it's time for Devilish. Oh god, why is it making that sound? Also, why can't I start the game? Hold that thought a second. I need to figure out why this isn't working. I have my controls set up. I'm gonna set them up again just in case. Yeah, no, all the buttons are set. Why aren't you working? Because it just says press start button, and I'm pressing the start button and nothing's happening. I think this one might be broken. Well, that's upsetting. Now, unfortunately, there's not too much of a way to solve a broken game like this without either A, resetting the shuffle, which, yeah, actually, I could just do that, I guess. I can resume session after closing this for a second, so just bear with me a moment. So, actually, I suppose I don't necessarily have to close the whole thing, but it'll be quicker if I do that. One moment. Mild technical difficulties. Let me just quickly get rid of Devilish since it's apparently broken and just wants to make awful noises at us instead of being a video game. I'm both surprised and happy that it's taken this long for us to run into something that just straight up didn't work. Because like I mentioned, I didn't have the time to sit there and test all 500 of these games. So, Lua console. Open script. Give me the shuffler. What we're gonna do is we're just gonna resume session so everything stays the same. And there we go. I'll bring back sound. And we're fixed. Yeah, apparently the game was in and of itself a demon. That spawns a key, okay. I presume that I need to go kill that plant down there, too. Well, I probably didn't have to, given the fact that it dropped that, but I feel like that's something I want. So if I remember right, there's actually a weird situation with this game where you have to collect all 4 of those things to actually beat the game. And you can actually completely miss getting them. Or maybe not. Maybe those are just useful. I thought this was one of the games where you had to actually get specific things in order to complete the game, but I might be remembering wrong. Also, there's no real iframes in case you thought this was a good game. So, you know, if a monster ends up next to you, you just kind of die. Right side, we have armor now, which I think takes 1 hit for you. Okay, good. The capture did come back immediately. Oh my god, all the dogs. And apparently, no, the armor does not work the way I think it does. We're dead. What do these wands do? Well, that sure did something. Did we already have orange armor, or did we get that by dying? Ow, ow, ow. Get back here, you screensaver or bastard. Die. Well, doesn't matter. We'll deal with that later. It's time for RoboCop 2. Very shiny RoboCop. Look at all this bling bling. Now, there are many RoboCop 2s. Some of them are good, some of them are bad. I'm pretty sure this is one of the bad ones. So, yeah. That shouldn't surprise anybody, really. Because it's got weird momentum. And making it over even simple jumps is probably going to require that momentum. You also can't scroll the screen back, so I can't get that item that's up there anymore. That guy had armor. So yes, in case you're wondering, yes, you could scroll the screen in such a way that you can't build up the momentum you need to make a jump. So, you know, quality game design is what I'm saying. Well, we've escaped it for standard skate or die on the NES. Sign in here if you want to compete. Poke him in the nose. Let's go practice first. How does one skateboard? There we go. I think I've begun to figure out how to skateboard. Wait. Broke my legs. Oi. Broke my legs again. It would probably help if I figured out how to do literally anything, huh? There we go. I figured out how to stick the landing, and then I forgot immediately. I did a thing, and then I died again. We are making very slow progress towards accomplishing something. I wish I could say I have any idea how I'm accomplishing any of the things I'm doing. But the answer is I only somewhat understand why any of this is happening. Because, like, up and down obviously move you up and down on the ramp. Left and right are what's making me spin. A sends me down in the first place. And appears to also do tricks, and it doesn't matter. It's time to go back to Batman. But a different Batman. So this has a proto tag on it, so this might actually be a prototype that I ended up dropping in here by accident. Because it happened to be in the pool I found. Yeah, this seems questionable. Because, you know, Batman's out here doing the thing Batman does, shooting everyone. So this is not the first game where he just has a gun and uses it, so what do I know? So I think Sunsoft's the same company that made the last one where he did that. Because I think one of the Game Boy ones, for example, he just has a gun. Yeah, this weapon seems incredibly fair and balanced. Nothing wrong here. Let this be a lesson. Test the things you're putting in a shuffler a little bit more than I did. So at the end of the day, I'm still amused. So really, I think this is working out regardless. Oh god, the gargoyle's death. Well then. Does feel slightly like I'm playing a shitpost, though. I don't know. Ow. Mostly just the sheer stupidity of some of this. Like, oh yeah, you just walk forward and I guess a bunch of spike balls come down. Haha. And then you've got a weapon that, like, hits the whole screen. And here's the other version of the Rocketeer that I put in here because reasons. Now, this is the one I tested, and this is where it's gonna be kind of fucky, because the first stage of this is not the same as the first stage of the NES game. You have to win 2 races with the airplane. And for some reason, even though it's a Super Nintendo game, the controls for flying this thing are inverted. You have to press down to go up, even though it's a Super Nintendo game. Also, we are definitely not winning this race anytime soon. I don't know how you're supposed to win these races. Like, I found a way to go faster by, like, tipping the plane to turn better. But even then, I do not close the gap on those two at all. Especially when I crash into the markers. But we have to circle the markers as far as I can tell, so it's not like I can cheat. But, like, we're stuck, like, a full lap behind right now. Even though I'm starting to get going pretty fast. And he said we have to win 2 races in order to be able to use the rocket pack. So I don't really know what they want from me here other than win the race. You know, it's obviously do better, but I don't know how to do better. There's only so many buttons on a Super Nintendo controller. Oh, wait. I think I found a speed boost. Or not? Oh, no, I see what I did. The shoulder buttons do the same thing that left and right do. That's why I suddenly started going faster, and it doesn't matter. It's time to unleash frustration as Godzilla instead. Though it's another Crave game, so it may or may not be any good. I mean, that looks good. Especially for the Game Boy Color. And I think this has started to go wrong here. They had such a good opening animation, and then this is the gameplay, huh? I'm just blasting tiny men with death breath over here. Like, I'm not even gonna question this Godzilla design, because I believe this is off of one of the cartoons. And I believe there is a design that looks like this in one of them. So I don't think I've seen the one that this one's based on. But I can pretty safely make the assumption based on the fact that it's called Godzilla the Series that there was a TV series associated with this. How are these tiny people with guns doing so much damage to Godzilla anyway? I feel like that's not how that works. See, that hurting, that makes a little more sense. Also, why is there, like, no music or anything? Wait, how did I do that stomp? How did I do that? I would like to do that again. That was actually useful. Yes, give me the health pickup as I slowly trundle forward. Apparently, also a... Oh, never mind, we're a cat again now. God damn it. This control's way stiffer than you might think. And that's saying something for a Game Boy game. But we have a tank now. Or a cat in a tank. Nothing can stop a cat in a tank. Well, except himself, really, because the firing angles on this form are not great. But it is, I believe, the strongest form we have. So the plane is arguably more effective, because at least it shoots forward. But just look at him bobbing up and down in the tank. He's having a great time. Just don't make him bob up and down too fast. It starts to look a little weird. Yeah, probably best that you take me away from that after I make a joke like that, game. Though from one Crave game to Felix to another Crave game concerns me. But again, the Game Boy had a lot of Crave Entertainment titles on it. And yes, it's another Pitfall game. Because there was a shocking amount of these, so I just went, you know what, fine. We're playing multiple of them. Ah, I have to grab the vine, I guess. Okay. Wow, that vine takes a really long time to get there. I kind of figured, okay, it'll be there by the time I get there this time. Ah! Do I have like a high jump? Okay, yes, I do. The hell is that? Some kind of giant moth? I don't know what that was. Whatever it was, it's dead now. I think it's meant to be a bat, though, with the noise it made. This sure controls... I can't say it controls well, but it does in fact control, because I've managed to move. Really signed myself up for some choices here today, didn't I? Like, it's better animated than I expected it to be. Like, that's the most complimentary thing I can think of to say for that, though. I don't know if I was supposed to murder that man, but he was standing there staring at me and it made me uncomfortable. You know, I feel like I deserve to fall to my death after just assaulting a random person that was standing there looking at me. One of these days, I'm not going to try to make that jump without waiting for the vine. Today is not that day. I say as I do it again because I forgot that quickly that that's that jump right there. Oh, back to moving blocks. Okay. This is fine. Oh, I see what they want me to do here. I think. They want me to be clever and do this, I think. I think I fucked up. I think I done fucked up. I think I fucked it. Well. Nope. I made it work. Aha! I am a genius. There's more than one way to move blocks. Well, yeah, I can just pull them. I already knew that. Broken. Well, we'll figure that out later. Ironic that we're going to this game, if it's what I think it is. Yep, Brain Lord. I know there's not much Enix that I put in here, that's why I was like, it probably is this. And it's only funny just because there's brain in the title. Now, this may have RPG energy going on right now. It's not really an RPG, and that's why it kind of slid through. There's a few things that are action RPGs that I allowed into this pool. There just is going to be some dialogue that we're going to have to get through, so we may or may not make it through this intro either. Well, you don't have to look for the dragon. There's a dragon right here, see? Hi. Dragon Warrior is a whole different series. Yeah, this is Enix before it combined with Square to become Square Enix, I do believe. Because otherwise Square's name would have been slapped on here somewhere. Oh, well, back to watching these people drown because I need to figure out how to save them. There we go. Take your flotation devices. Oh, that guy walked into a crusher. You know what? Fucking lemmings. How do I stop the water rising? I think I don't. I think they're all going to die. Just points at the screen and looks horrified. That's pretty good. No, I guess the floaties only last so long, huh? So what am I supposed to do? Ah. That's what I'm supposed to do? Give these guys, like, jetpacks? Okay. It laughed at me. So I guess we just kick those out into the water immediately then. And they'll figure it out as fast as they can. Okay, they're saved from the crushers. Wait, there's one of them missing, though. It says 3 left, 1 rescued. Oh, he drowned. Okay, 0 left to rescue. There's still 1 left. But I don't think I can save him. Where's my exit? Well, he died. But I'm gonna die too, because I don't know where to go. You're sunk. I assume we're... Yep, never mind. We're not dealing with that any further. What are we dealing with here? Crawfish again. Roswell conspiracies. Oh, this is gonna go well. I'm sure this is fine. Please tell me this has like some kind of audio control. Yeah, it has audio on off. Great. Love that for me. Because this is a bit louder than the rest has been. Though not excessively, it seems, at least based on the slider. It's just very jarring sounds. Maybe the music will change when we get in. Okay, it did, but not much. We actually have, like, code animation. Look at that. We have a gun. We can turn yellow. But only temporarily. Doors look like holes in the wall when you're inside the building. Okay, very good. Understood. Looks like about 8 aliens to deal with before they do bad things, presumably. We're just gonna run down this road and hope we find an alien. That's how you find aliens, right? You just run down on random streets in the middle of the night. You, sir, have you seen an alien? Sir, don't run from me. I have many questions to ask you, including how you phased into this building. Well, I guess he's not gonna help me. Time for Cosmopolis Galavan, which is another one of the translated games that I have in here. And that's also why it said continue instead of start, is for some reason you just can't reach that start button. This is one of the ones I actually tested to make sure the translation actually worked. You pick up power-ups by hitting them with your little weird beam thing. It's supposed to be a sword, but it really just looks like he's just doing finger lasers. This elevator will follow you anywhere you go. Like, if I fall down, it will follow me down and things like that. This guy is kind of fucked. Hey, say words. Yeah, I came over here and did things. Weapons and items require crystal power. Defeat enemies to get crystal power. Aha! That's how I get through the door. I couldn't get this guy to talk when I was testing this. Turns out I had to press up in the right spot in front of him. Whee! But I guess now I have a hyper ray where I can destroy gates as long as I have CP, which I currently don't have any. So we're gonna have to go beat people up to get CP, I guess. There we go, there's some. Whee! Ah, that's how I use it. Okay, I switched to 2W and it shoots lightning bolts out of my hands. What's your deal? Raise blade level by killing. Try to raise blades to level A as soon as you can. When you find the Cosmo Blade, it will combine the power of the other blades. Good to know. Cosmo Blade, good stuff. Cosmo Blade, best blade, is it becomes all blades. I'm not sure which of these gates I should blast first. I'm just gonna go with this one because it's at the bottom of the hole, and I'm right here currently. Chew. I said, there we go. Level up, max CP 60, max HP 100. Do bear in mind, we do have hit points in this game. And I've not gotten any hit point drops of any kind so far, so that's concerning. Well, aside from the hit point drops of my health dropping, that's definitely a thing that's been transpiring consistently. I think we're gonna die. Well, never mind. We're gonna leave before we die, which works out, all things considered. Now, is this one gonna work? Or is this gonna... Oh, there it goes. Rampage World Tour. Look at this. Look at them giving me volume controls.
While it's true that there have been no serious side effects reported so...
As much as I would like to listen to you talk, it's time to punch buildings and eat people. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. Ooh. Nom 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 nom. Now basically what you gotta do to break these buildings is you gotta just punch enough holes in it. And then the building will give up and fall over. Whee! You don't want the poison. As demonstrated there, makes you sick. It's not great. You can just eat people through the windows. And there goes that house. That entire building just goes bye-bye. You gotta keep that meter from emptying out or you will just cease to be. And as you might imagine, our main purpose here is to destroy as much of this area as possible before we run out of meter. Ideally, we destroy the whole thing. I forgot. I thought you could, like, drop yourself on these buildings and break them. Oh, doesn't matter. It's time for another Game Boy Color game. This time a Batman Beyond Game Boy Color game. Now, I almost put in the N64 version of this game, but I had already added this one before I realized the N64 was working. So we just have this version instead, which isn't really that much worse. Is honestly, the N64 game is not great. This is arguably more functional in the little bit I tested of it. It just doesn't look very good, but it's very decent beat 'em up, so it kind of works. Like, you've got multiple attacks, you can jump kick things, you've got extra weapons in your inventory that you can use. Like, that first thing we picked up, as soon as I remember to get to it, was a set of nunchucks we can use. As soon as I hit the right button to use them. There we go. And now we have a different attack animation. One that's arguably dangerous to use because it's a little slow, but it does good work. Listening to things through the window. Surprise! I was listening in your conversation. Now I whip you with nunchucks. Haha! Oh yeah, I forgot that you can attack upward with this. That's the advantage to it. I did not know I could break these. Oh, just gonna break all of these, get my health back. Only slightly singed, it's fine. Yeah, you listen in at every door before you go in. And now it's boss time. Except it's time to play a different game. Blades of Steel. Because what boss is stronger than hockey? Yeah, we'll stay at a low level. New York is fine. I have no attachment to any of these teams because I do not actually pay attention to hockey. Oh god, the puck is somewhere. One of my people have it. Wait, I have it again. Come on. You bastard, you tripped me. Well, you know what? Fine. Turnabout's fair play. So apparently, my defense is nowhere near as good as theirs, and I think it's my own fault, because I think I might have had control of that. I'm not sure. If you want me to be honest, I have no idea what's happening. Okay, yeah, when we're down to here, I do control him. That's kind of a problem. What? But he was right there. How did he not block that? This game is cheating. There we go. My turn to cheat. I faked him out by passing back and forth and just slammed the puck between his feet. I think I figured out a strategy. It's called Be a Jackass, and somehow it works. If I don't know what I'm doing, they can't know what I'm doing. Oh, I fucked it up that time, though. Get that fucking thing out of here. Way to miss that pass completely, guys. Way to go. I'm so proud of you. And by proud of you, I mean I can't be more disappointed. Kill him! End him! Well, that doesn't matter. Anyway, there's apparently a secret in this castle, so, you know, I guess we should go figure that out. Probably more important than that hockey game. Okay, let me in this door. Alright, this is a shop, which we can't use because we have no money. I guess I was just out of position on this door then? Yeah, okay, I guess I was moving too much so it wouldn't let me use that door. There we go, I've deleted the eyeball creature. Clearly this was the best decision I could have made. Not gonna lie, I did not expect much out of the Game Boy version of Milon's Secret Castle, but somehow it managed to remain as incomprehensible, if not more incomprehensible, than the original. And I don't know what to do with that thought. Because at least the original I had color to tell some things apart with. Here, everything is just lifeless gray. I remember a big thing with this game is shooting at some of these windows because there's random things that are hidden behind them sometimes. It's like there's hidden shit everywhere in this game. Like, see, we found money in that brick. And in that brick. And that brick. But only $1 at a time. Is why would you ever get more than $1 out of an entire brick wall? Wait, there's a key. I don't know what this key is for, but I have it. And it's probably important. Maybe this will be the key to a new game. It's probably to that door, honestly, but how do I get up there becomes a question. I would assume I break these bricks? Yes? Maybe? Maybe not. Okay. I'm so proud of my accomplishing nothing that's been happening. Well, I say that, but I've technically accomplished multiple things. We've gotten money and we've gotten a key. We just have no idea what to do with that information in the slightest. Oh hey, back to Battletoads to watch our corpse disappear. And then punch a flying creature by punching the air underneath it. I think that's how we died a moment ago, isn't it? Probably. Wah! Goodbye! Your turn. Goodbye! Real shame for them. No, the one up. Where is it? Like, it's up there, obviously, but where up there is it? Okay, it's all the way over here. Well, we're not getting that then. Boss fight instead. Every time the Game Boy goes to white like that, I think we're ending up in a new game. Wow, the pellets that we throw for this version of the fight is really small. Eh. Thankfully, this thing's largely ineffectual, unless you stand in the middle like an idiot. Or, you know, you get caught because they move it to the edge of the screen, and so that you can't avoid it. Because we really didn't have anywhere to stand. How do I do the swing? Because there's a way to just do the wrecking ball consistently, and I have no idea how to do it. But you know what? We'll just make it work. And you can actually juggle those birds for more points. I know about that bit too. And we arguably should juggle those birds when we can so we can get points. But I'm not really worried about surviving, necessarily. As discussed before. We got a beak sword now. Oh, speaking of intros we're probably not getting through. Because obviously I wasn't gonna go through without putting some of these in. So we are certainly never finishing this. Not in shuffler mode. Time for slow-moving text in front of a castle. So while we wait, how's everybody holding up? Because I'm holding up fine still. This has not even begun to bother me yet. Despite how nonsensical this may be. It's actually in some ways easier with this much higher shuffle count than it was when I was doing the smaller, more concentrated shufflers. Is we're not ending up back in bad situations much, we're just ending up playing completely different games. Most of the time. Hey look, there's Dracula. Turns out all you had to do was wave your hands and talk to the coffin and he'd come back to life. Wild concept, really. And then these three tried to stop him. Yeah, you know, turns out when you're not a vampire, you get old. Oh no, exploding bat, remove the floor. Oh, absolutely. You know, telling somebody to just get out of here is a great idea and all, except there's no way we're getting out of here, stupid. We should probably work together. But, you know, you go run off and be your arrogant self. I will turn into a small child and defend my house with a slingshot. Of course, gotta bounce on the bed. Oh, my bag's full. Where am I putting all this shit? Is there a vault somewhere or something? Please tell me there's somewhere to put all of this. Oh, I'm out of slingshot. Oh yeah, there's a vault symbol up there, so I guess I need to get all of the goods, put them away before I get caught. Gonna have to be fast in that. Oh good, those damage me. Oh yeah, there we go. Throw it down the chute. Because, you know, we just have a giant safe down there for reasons, and none of these things are in it for reasons. May as well just ditch this immediately. That's also not what I picked up, game, but sure, we can go with that. I absolutely did not pick up a candlestick. I picked up a bag of money. This water gun seems to be completely ineffective. So I really don't know why I have it. I can spray water on their shoes and upset them, I guess. That seems to be about the extent of what that's capable of. See, that's an actual candlestick. We've only got one hit left. This is already really awkward. I'm assuming if I get a full pizza, I feel better, but it doesn't matter because we're becoming a robot child instead. It's time to be Mega Man again. I can probably Buster Duel Snake Man. Worst case, we just get to hear Snake Man's theme, and I'm not that upset about that. Exactly. We will repel them with the power of inconvenience. Curse your accuracy. Ow. Big snake. As long as you jump with good timing, this thing is not a threat. I say as I jump with all the wrong timing, because I'm just being impatient trying to shoot it as much as I can. There we go. it would be great to get that extra life, but first, it's time to get dangerous. And this was one of the surprises I had in here, because this is actually the TurboGrafx 16 version of this game. How do I actually enter the stages this way? Yes, okay, that's how I do that. Behold. Okay, we can't actually go up or down. It just looks like you can go up or down. Yeah, I also got the TurboGrafx section of BizHawk working properly. So that's good. I'm assuming the puzzle pieces are probably clues of some description. Because it seems to be counting down as I pick them up, so they're probably important. So why we're going against the grain of a little skate ramp set here is beyond me. Well, there's the man himself, and he just rolls on down the hill. And we died. It is very weird that this entire stage is going to the left. Okay, we can't go in the sewers. Also, can't get to that for some reason. Do I have any other buttons? I do, but they don't do anything. At least not yet. Maybe we need to pick up other things. I'm also not sure what the egg does. It's the only thing we pick up that doesn't appear up top. Maybe it healed me? Yeah, the egg heals you. Okay. Okay, we can't gas Tuskernini. Oh, he jumped. He knows. They've adapted. This is going well. I'm going to presume that the D is an extra life, and unfortunately, I don't know how we're meant to reach that. Are these guys just programmed to jump when I jump? No, they... Yeah, because if I try to duck under them, they don't... No, I think there's just some that jump and some that don't jump, and I keep reading it wrong every time. Oh wow, we ended up back at Mega Man 3 immediately. That is mildly surprising. Though it seems to like Mega Man, considering we went from the Game Boy Mega Man back to the Game Boy Mega Man after a little while. Now we went Mega Man 3 to Mega Man 3. Though, to be fair, technically there's a lot of Mega Man in here. Because there's the whole NES set, the whole Game Boy set, and then some of the other ones. So I didn't put the whole X set in, mostly because I didn't have any more need of more games by that point, even with adding a couple spares to account for broken stuff. Because technically the final game count's actually more like 510 instead of just 500, because again, I was anticipating a few to break. But some of that count's also a little funky because of the fact that I was going off of item count, not necessarily guaranteed game count, which is the other reason why I added extras to account for the couple PlayStation games that are in there, because they end up with more than one file because of the whole, you know, bin queue thing. So I wanted to make sure that there couldn't be any case of like, well, there's not actually 500 games in there. Nice, 2 lives. We have decent odds on not fucking this up completely. You know, plus or minus awkward shuffles. do find it kind of funny, though, that we started with Fester's Quest, and it hasn't reappeared. When it kept showing up when I was testing this, it just kept doing Fester's Quest, like, every third shuffle. Not that I mind in the slightest not to see that game ever again, but it just amuses me. Yeah, this is Super Putty. It's a little bit of a weird game, but it's a neat one. We are this ball of putty, and we go places doing things exactly how you'd expect putty to do them. Bouncing, stretching, and squashing around. And using the shoulder buttons to punch things, which make babies, and you want to consume the babies. That floor hurts. You can also just absorb these guys straight up. Yeah, I'm gonna demonstrate what happens if you don't pick one of these up quick enough. Why that's a thing that happens, I don't know. But it's a thing. There we go, we've done the thing. Rescue bots and carry them to their flying saucer. Boss bonus. There you go. He appears to be frozen. There we go. Burp. I punched that mushroom so hard we left the video game. For, I think, the only other Enix product in here. And this is another weird one. Oh, this is another weird one. This is Evo, the Search for Eden. What if you turned evolution into a video game? Well, you'd have this game. We begin as a fish. Because there's no land yet. Can't really be on land if there's no land, right? This was another one I spent a good amount of time trying to figure out. And technically I figured it out, mostly in that I looked up the last few bits of it. Well, this is awkward. He's talking to me about as I'm about to bite him in half. Fight for survival. Well, good news. I am choosing to fight to survive by eating you. Now, how this works is you get those Evo points, and then you can evolve into better forms. Evolution. As you can see, you can evolve a bunch of different parts. You got horns, dorsal fins, tails, jaws, bodies. You technically only get hands. You only get fins, not hands and feet, but that should give you a hint as to your future a little bit. And you also get health back by eating these guys, so, you know. Multiple reasons to do so. We're only getting 10 points each, so it's going to take a little bit before we can actually get a significant evolution. And we're not going to get a chance to. Yeah, the fact that I was never able to beat Evo the Search for Evolution is why I never covered it for the channel, otherwise I'd absolutely would have. This is a very interesting game. I can't do anything yet because it's still demo. There we go. Huh. Well, this seems effective. Guess I'll just keep doing this then, huh? We do have a limited meter for it, I'm noticing. You know, our murder zap only has so much power. I'm assuming if we let it go into the orange, it gets stronger? Because at first I thought the orange was a cutoff for it, but I see it goes up into there. Maybe this companion's not helpful. Maybe I should have a bird. I mean, switching him in blew up everything, so maybe this was the right choice. We're also almost dead. Oh, I see. When his meter fills up, I think he makes the explodey boom happen. There we go. Now we have our health back. Yeah, he just periodically explodes the screen. Okay, that's pretty effective. But what about this one? Our flying lizard with a boomerang for a wing. Guess we won't find out, because it's time to go back to Ninja Gaiden 3. There you go, take out all of that. Nice and easy. And then suddenly we're in a spooky cave. Yeah, that's almost as jarring as the shuffling that's been happening. Oh, I have no power left. I was like, why can't I hit that? Please don't crush my ankles with your stick. Instead, I got my ankles crushed with a spike ball. There we go. Perfectly smooth after the first fuck up. Not so smooth the second time, but you know what? That's okay. Ba-da-ding. I think I want that. I thought that was open already for some reason. Yeah, this is the downward firing one. I'm not sure I actually want that. Oh, maybe I do for this room. How do I get up? I needed to go up the other wall. Yay for newbie trap rooms. But it's fine. It's time for something very different. An early Codemasters game. The Fantastic Adventures of Dizzy. Dizzy's that egg. And if that doesn't make sense, good news, none of this is going to make sense. He's just a dude. He tumbles around, he does stuff. You can make him point at the background for some reason. You want this key? Well, good news. We got the key. And that's how you open a door. You use the key on the door by moving it to the right. I think this is another one that, like, used to be an Amiga game or something, but ended up getting an NES version, which is what we're doing. Also, this music is very aggressive. But apparently not super loud for you guys, so you know what, it's fine. I don't know what any of these items will do for us. Oh god! Okay, I didn't die. I just might have severely injured myself. Okay. Hello. You don't want that. How about that? You don't want that either. How about a stone chicken? Don't want that anyway? Okay, fine. Nothing for you then. Fuck you. You get nothing and you like it. And I leave this universe for the other Game Boy Power Rangers game I put in. Because there was, for some reason, 2 of them, so I just went, you know what, fine. This one I think might actually be more similar to the SNES one. Though we don't seem to have a power meter, so maybe not. And we aren't in our human form, we're just straight in our suit, so... I don't know. Temporary invincibility, question mark? Random window bombs, okay. Just constantly have putties running at us. And our attack range is kind of awful. Oh god, he jumped. I don't know how to handle that. We also can't seem to, like, go in these doors or anything that are open, so why are they here? Why are they open? Why are they open different amounts, more importantly? I feel like I'm going in circles. I'm surprised neither of those windows had bombs. Damn it, I avoided one but died to the other. Yeah, go ahead and laugh at me, it's fine. Oh, that's just straight game over, huh? 1 life. Punch that continue screen. Clearly Billy failed us. I'm surprised they gave them all different poses. But of course, to no one's surprise, no different attack animations. It's a real shame we can't run any faster while we have our temporary invincibility going. So you're basically, like, guaranteed a set distance covered by that. Okay, jump kicking's a bad idea. But it's fine, we're leaving that world. It's time for Kakoma Night. Now, how this game works is a little bit weird. Specifically, you're actually cutting the screen up in order to reveal the truth that lies beneath all this mess here. And if you fill out a certain amount of the picture, you win. Like that. And anything you reveal, you get. It's that simple. All those enemies running around, though, can and will kill you. But they only do damage in certain ways. Like, most of the ones we have right now will only hurt us if they run into us while we're on the same playing field they are. Like, if we're on the line and they're on the line, they'll hurt us. If we're on the wall and they're on the wall, then it'll hurt us, etc. Some enemies later will hurt your line, which will still kill you. And that's where it gets bad. And this owl is a bastard. Perish, demon. It's a very simple game at first. Your goal is to collect all the pieces of the mirror, though, to free the princess that got jammed in it. For reasons I don't remember. You basically kind of have to figure out where the pieces of the mirror are. And reveal where those places are. As you can see, it takes it longer the more you do at once. I think the only thing we missed there was the piece of the mirror. This is also a very short game. So short, we left it already. For the incredibly unreadable Extreme Ghostbusters. Yeah, that logo is, like, impossible to read. Good lord. All good. Have a good night now. Thank you for being here. Hopefully you can get some rest. Oh, okay, it's a hold to use the beam properly. That makes sense. I keep feeling like I can pick this thing up, but I can't. Even though it looks like the thing in my inventory. Apparently I can't pick it up. Okay, that's a pause button. And it looks like I have the other three with me. I just don't know how to use the other members of the team here. Okay, and apparently I just delete those bats. Okay, that works for me. And I did go back and watch this version of the Ghostbusters for a little bit after playing the Game Boy Advance game during one of the Halloween shuffles I did. The show's not bad. It's not incredible by any means, but it's not bad. Yeah, it seems like they all have individual health bars. I just don't know how to access those health bars. Ah, there we go. I hold select and then press a button. Oh yeah, that's one of the notable things, is this guy is stuck in a wheelchair. Though his sprite certainly looks strange because of the colorations they used for him. And it's time for another translated game. One of the Data East beat-em-ups we didn't get. I don't know, I kind of dig the hat, but we'll use the man with a hat. Why did they squawk like a bird when they died? Aside from the fact that it's a Data East game. Yeah, I have no idea how good the translation is for this. I literally just grabbed this today when I was looking through a list I have of translated stuff, and we're not gonna look at that any further. We got to punch a couple dudes, and now it's time for Stinger. Another one that I have no idea about. There's a UFO being struck by lightning. I don't know what that means, except the UFO is apparently exploding. Which is probably bad. They really like using that same UFO design, don't they? The one that's flying away now. Oh, they've abducted somebody, apparently, after blowing up the UFO-looking, I guess, building? I guess it really wasn't a UFO after all. This is UFO. That shoots hearts into the air and bullets to the side. What? Something happened when we were in those clouds. I'm so confused right now. I feel like things simultaneously make more sense and less sense right now, and I don't know what to do with that information. Okay, the bell was points. I was kind of hoping the bell would be... That's why I saw numbers pop up when I went near a cloud. I shot the thing that gives points out of it, but I happened to be right on top of it when it happened. Okay, that question mark is a skull. I presume I don't want that. That one's also a skull. I haven't gotten any power-ups yet, just points. I don't know if this game even has power-ups. But it would be a very unfortunate shmup to not have power-ups. So far this game seems to be pretty easy. But I'm sure that's gonna change. None of these stay easy. Case in point, we're dead. And now we're RoboCop with no color once again. The future of law enforcement is like 10 pixels high, and it shoots very fast. Okay, we got proper aiming again. So far, that's the one thing I'll give most of these RoboCop games, is they have multi-directional aiming. Which, on the other systems these have been on, is not that impressive. On the Game Boy, that's reasonably impressive. And there was an attempt made to have music here. Oh, the fact that each of those bullets individually hurts is upsetting. Because that tells us we have no iframes. And no iframes means health drain's gonna be a thing. I do appreciate that I can actually outrun that grenade. That was nice. And it was a good thing I did the first time. Okay. Little bottle of health gives a decent amount of health. Okay, yeah, the grenades are really bad news. Shocking. Grenades hurt. Things you never would have considered. Just breaking new ground in video games, making grenades do lots of damage to you. Okay, I have a question. Why is it that now that we're in this, like, pseudo-boss fight situation, did the music leave? Why wasn't there, like, more music then, not less? I don't understand. Like, I guess because of the amount of enemies they put there, maybe they couldn't also have music? But I feel like that's not the case. I feel like that's not how that works. Also, this is definitely a game where I should just keep shooting. There's no reason to ever not be shooting. Aside from not wanting to hear constantly. But you know what? If the choice is dying or hearing constantly, I think I'm gonna take the chia. No, not that. That's the opposite of what I want. Well, that just went wrong across the board. I moved to try to avoid the grenade and just got the shit shot out of me. Hopefully we'll get that health pickup again, or it won't matter because we're going to another Game Boy game. Mega Man 4 this time. I wasn't kidding when I said the whole set was in here. Which, it's fine to have them and the NES ones because they're different games. Yeah, we gotta collect chips and bring them back to make things. So we got Frogman, Brightman, Pharaohman, and Ringman. I don't really want to go to Frogman's stage. His stage kinda sucks. Let's go Pharaohman. Not that your stage is great either, unless it's changed in this version, which probably is. And somehow it'll be worse. Oh, this is already going very poorly. Am I crazy or are they doing more damage in this version? I feel like they're doing more damage in this version. At the very least, they're doing more damage to my frame rate. I do not wish to die in the sand. Seems like I'm definitely better off dodging right now than trying to kill anything. I think I'm meant to go in here? Yes, okay. Not that in here is much better than out there was. But, you know. Gotta make progress. Hopefully that was a checkpoint. I don't think it will be. Nope, of course it wasn't. Why would it be a checkpoint? Nothing important happened. You know, they took Mega Man's color away, and they took away all of his capability to be useful. It's really a shame. Like, apparently half of my defense was the fact that I was blue. Now I just take so much damage from everything. You know, I can't help but feel that we're in the exact same position again. Never mind. It's worse. Okay, I can kill them quick enough. It's just really tricky to kill them without just sinking into the sand. Especially when they spawn that close. Well, it doesn't matter. It's time for Spyro Attack of the Rhinox instead. Because, funny story, I put in all of the Game Boy Advance Spyro games. I did not put in any of the PlayStation ones. Because I, again, put these in before I realized the PlayStation stuff was working. Secret laboratory. Okay, what's that thing? No, that doesn't seem great. I see that jerk running around. We were spying. That seems, dangerous to have a small rip in space-time. You know, with the way he was pacing back and forth looking right at the hole, though, I can't help but feel that he knows the hole's there. Probably just trying to figure out what to do with it. All things considered, though, couldn't he just throw, like, a bomb through that hole? It'd be a real issue. Yeah, sure, let's run the training course. Except our training is going to be being Rayman, apparently. Or at least being stuck in Rayman's intro still. Yeah, my goal for today, by the way, was to go 5 hours, and we're not too far off of that. We'll see how I feel once we hit 5 hours. 'Cause I'm still feeling fine at the moment, but I also don't want to overdo it. I may at the very least get up for a moment at the 5 hour mark. So I suppose by the same token, I could probably walked away and done whatever I needed to while this was happening, since this intro is taking a very long time. But then if I walked away during the intro, it would switch to another game almost certainly. So it wouldn't help anything. They got loud shoes. I'm really not having a great time in here. Convenient that they threw the two friends into the same cage.
No, it's bad.
Never stew. Callan Brooks stew.
I won't get you.
Huh? Leah Phil.
Magic powers.
Oh, you're the Zabba. Now what's booty? Give me the much column. Yay! Bravo!
Convenient magic thingy.
Oh, you're the Zabba. Phone to consider one day.
There we go, I've done the thing. Whoop. Well, this is a little weird to control. Oi. Oi. There we go, starting to get a handle on it. Somehow better skating than skate or die. Oi. Well, and we left that reality for something else that has similar names attached to it, but not quite. It's time for Bomberman Max 2. Because I decided one Bomberman game wasn't enough. So I thought I had grabbed the other version of it, but it's fine. Is the blue version you play as Bomberman, the red version you play as Max. And my intent had been to vary them up and make them easier to tell apart by having those two different versions, but apparently I grabbed the wrong one. And I know exactly how I did that, because I was hurrying to do all of this, and I grabbed the first one, which the first one would of course be the blue one, because, you know, alphabet. It's fine. This is less fine though, I have fucked up. I don't know why I thought that would be okay. I don't know why I thought that that would work. The answer is by not thinking about it. By not thinking about it, it seemed like a great idea. And well, if you don't think about it, it is a great idea. I think that's Bomb Kick I just picked up. Oh, doesn't matter. Hey, speaking of PlayStation games on the Game Boy Advance, Crash Bandicoot also on the Game Boy Advance. The forces of evil are discussing a thing in space, while Crash is just being Crash. Look at them having their priorities in order, telling you how to attack things before they tell you how to jump. You know, the phrasing on crates can be stacked almost implies that you can stack crates, which you can't. Yay, explosions. Meanwhile, back in space, more evil plotting is happening. More bad things are happening. People have been taken away because we were too busy taking a nap in order to do anything useful. And then we went back to sleep and let somebody else play their video game instead. Now, I've never seen this game before either. All I know is Daffy apparently is out for our blood, and you know what? That checks out. No questions here. There we go, I hit him with glue. Which apparently did not keep him for long. Though I see a approaching Elmer Fudd up there, and I have concerns. I'm assuming I'm supposed to have all the signs spun the correct way? Yeah, where is Daffy? There he is. Apparently I lost him just that hard, even though he was right there. And judging from the Daffy question marks, I assume we're supposed to keep him nearby. Oh, am I supposed to, like, lure him past the signs? Come on, stupid. Yep, that's exactly what we're supposed to do. Okay. Come on. Okay, that's a full heal. Come on, pass this sign too. Wait, we need it to be duck season, buddy. Come on. Okay, there's the last sign. Hey, stupid. We're 2 feet away. Come on now. Well, I'm gonna go to space now. Goodbye. See, I like it when they add a bunch of extra shit to these ships when you give them good upgrades. Rather than, oh hey, the ship just suddenly has more guns now, even though it doesn't look like it does. I want to say there's also a Sega CD version of this game, but this is just listed as just playing in Genesis. Genesis, Mega Drive, whatever the hell you want to call it, based on whatever local version of it you have. Well, this doesn't really look that much different than I remember it. The music sounds different. Which makes sense. CD music would potentially have more detail to it. Like, for some reason, it having a different case than the usual is what's sticking in my mind for this game. And I don't really know why. Like, I don't know why that's the thing I remember. Aside from the obvious, you know, it's unusual. Yeah, well, that wasn't that bad. Gotta shoot down all the carrots before they kill me. Do the other buttons do anything? Doesn't seem like it. Yeah, we have a shoot button, another shoot button, and a pause button. That seems to be about all we have. Okay, this is not actually here. Okay, that's foreground, but not solid foreground. Oh boy, I think we might have found the actual boss. Okay, it's got claws to shield itself, and that's where all the junk was coming from. Okay. You know, it's gonna be really awkward when we swap away mid-boss fight here. But we're about due for a swap here soon. Oh god, he pinch. Yep, what do you know? It's almost like I knew. I was not fast enough. I should have went forward, but I didn't want to fly into whatever those weird flying hot water bottles are. Oh, we're making a decent score, at least. At least what feels like a decent score for somebody who has never played this game. Oh, wait. Oh, that's how you get power-ups. You have to juggle those bells long enough that they change color. Okay. Now I understand. Now it turned blue. Now it turned back to normal, and then it died. I keep forgetting we have a vertical shot. I mean, I guess I could just mash both buttons, really. It doesn't much matter, right, at the end of the day. I'm not really sure why all of our power-ups are in clouds, but you know what? It's fine. It does the job, and that's what matters. Let's keep juggling this one for a bit extra time if I can. See if it turns into anything different. There's white again, and too much shit got in the way. God damn it. It's hard to keep those juggled. I mean, I could do this. This might work. This music sounds familiar. Oh god, why are you flashing the screen this much? You flash the screen all that for a watermelon slice with eyes? Why are you like this, Konami? Why do you do things like this? Well, it flashed longer than that boss fight lasted. Not sure how to feel about that. Oh, and now we're vertical scrolling. Okay. Which probably makes the down attack more important. Oh, never mind, we're Godzilla again. I can't help but notice I have a fire meter. Oh, there we go. It'd be really nice if there was any music in this game. Instead of just... I'm starting to figure out how to stomp on command, and then we died. Wakey wakey, Godzilla. We got shit to do. This is also not the only Godzilla game we have in this pool. There's actually a fair few of them. Oh, and I can bite, too, if I thought if I looked up, but apparently the bite is very situational, question mark? Like, do I have, like, fighting game level inputs here or something? What is going on here? I thought I understood how the stomp worked, but I apparently fucked that up, too. I don't even know. Apparently just talking out of my ass. Maybe it just happens if something's in the right range? But then why don't the... Oh, you have to shoot things to pick them up. That's why I didn't get that health pack earlier. I thought I had to walk into it, and turns out that was incorrect. Well, that was upsetting. Give. Okay, you at least get decent amounts of health. Yeah, I remain confused about how my moveset works. Because a lot of my moves don't work the way you think they would. So I really just don't know what to do with that. I presume my point is to just keep walking forward until I get somewhere. But I don't know where I'm trying to get to, and the guard meter hasn't changed at all. I think we've gotten further than we got last time. See, there we go again. I did the wrong moves without any idea how I did them. Because I just pointed down to try to fire breath them, and I stomped after arbitrarily biting, and I'm not sure how I bit either. Oh well, it's fine. We're leaving that world. And going to Athena, which is not that good a game, but it exists. World of Forest. Right now, all we can do is kick things, I think. There we go, now we have a weapon. Now we're much better off. Without a weapon, this game is horrible. With a weapon, this game is bad bad but tolerable. Now we have a helmet. Everything gets better. For some reason, I only remember being able to get helmets, but I think I'm just doing better at this game than I ever did when I tried this before, which was not for very long, because I'm like, this game kind of sucks. And that seemed to be the general consensus about this game, is that it's not very good. Which, you know, I think that kind of stands on its own, considering exactly what you're seeing happening here. I'm not sure I wanted the sword, but you know what? I got a better sword, so I got a better butter sword. So maybe that's a good thing, I don't know. We are definitely lacking for range by comparison now, but we are murdering at a fantastic pace. That would set us back. That is the first power-up we had. I know that's a bad idea. Oh my god, they're stacking up the same power-up we started with, and now our armor broke. I'm assuming the beeping is because we're almost dead, probably. Now we got a better shield. And we got a better shield, just in time to not be Athena anymore. It's time for Army Man Advance instead. Ah, we're behind enemy lines. Okay, we're in a jail. Wow, that's a very big change from the splash art, huh? I was not ready for that, because I didn't look at this one at all ahead of time. Because I figured it would be very funny if I just didn't know what I was getting into with any of the Army Men end games on the Game Boy Advance. And boy, was I right. This is gold. This is stupid. This is the good kind of stupid, where you're just immediate tiny cartoon man instead of the one you see in the 3D games. But you shoot gun that has very real sounds. We have a key. Do I have to, like, cycle to the key? I do not seem to be capable of doing so. So how do I... Well, never mind. I don't need to worry about proceeding, because apparently the Shuffler really wants all the Mega Man Zero games to show up. We've only got one more Mega Man Zero left, you know, oh Shuffler. There's only one more to go, and I think this is the one with the longest intro. So that's great. It's either this one or the first one that has the longest intro. He's just killing for the sake of killing now. He's having character development in a big sandstorm. Oh no, enemies. I'm having an existential crisis right now, guys. You don't want anything to do with this existential crisis. Well, I killed so many that it's back to Rocketeer. This, I think, might have shown up the most now? Doubly so if we count both versions of it, but I'm not really counting that other version because these are two very different games as it turns out. Like, I'm not really complaining because this game's not bad, but I'm just confused. Much like I'm confused at these guys disintegrating into purple dust. Like, the guys in purple suits disintegrating into purple dust, that makes sense, but the ones that aren't wearing purple also doing it is a little weird. You know, for having machine guns, those guys really aren't doing a lot. Yeah, that didn't kill you. There we go. That guy just casually runs through fire. Okay. We are almost dead, which is inconvenient. Especially when we're in front of an infinite spawning door of running guys. There we go. Oh, you cheeky bastards. They put fire there. But don't worry. Even though we died to fire, we somehow died to bullets. I guess they shot our corpse just to make sure. Oh, good. This was a checkpoint. We have no bullets anymore, though, because they took them away from us. Apparently death just is a bullet vacuum. It just takes all of your bullets away. The more you know. It's okay, I guess we'll just have to solve things through fisticuffs and getting run into by that guy like 6 times. Now, I would show the list afterwards, by the way, but since we are probably going to do another session of this, I'm not going to reveal the list just yet. And there's a very real possibility that I will forget to do so when we get done with session 2 of it. Because 2 sessions will probably be enough to show the vast majority of these games, unless it really decides it wants to keep replaying things, which it hasn't been that bad about. Also, look, another Spyro game. We totally actually started the other one, right? We made progress in that one. Oh, hey, this one at least gets straight to it aside from this cutscene I skipped, so technically we're making progress already. Oh, I thought she was still frozen. Turns out she's just blue. Okay. Go set more people free from crystals. Gotcha. Go do the thing, save the day, as I do. Aha, I can light up the jack-o'-lantern. I didn't know this was a Halloween game. Well, doesn't matter. Oh yeah, there's some Master System stuff in here too, which I don't think any of that's shown up for more than like a second so far. But it's time for a different Flintstones game. Because there's a few of them in this pile too, because there's a surprising amount of Flintstones games. Oh god, that sure is a sprite over there on the right. Yeah, sure, that was the iconic sound, yeah. Dear god, this is a game. This is not what I expected this to be. So I need to paint the wall, apparently. Oh, okay, that's a paintbrush. Apparently you don't stand next to the paint bucket to get paint, you just stand vaguely above it and it works. It's nowhere near where you think the spot for it would be. I'm very curious how she's removing paint from the wall. so easily. Like, obviously, it would not be that hard to just wipe it off, but in such a convenient square is confusing. Yes. Go over here, child. Where can I put you? Ow. I guess I put you in your little pen. That makes sense. Get my paintbrush back. I assume she's not going to stay in there. She's probably going to get out and cause mischief at some point. I also question why we're even painting this wall from one gray to another gray. But what do I know? I assume I moved the ladder? Yeah. I guess we'll start from the left and work our way over. You know, horrifying sprites aside, this is surprisingly okay. She did not stay in there nearly so long this time. We'll sort that out in a second. I wanted to actually use up our paint that was on the brush. You didn't even stay in there. Come on now. Shenanigans. What is the point of putting you in your little box if you're not going to stay in it? Doesn't matter, we're leaving. New game time. And boy, what a difference it is between these two. From Flintstones to Judge Dredd. That sure is a sprite you got going there. Okay, you do start running eventually, so that's good. This man absorbs all of the bullets forever, which is kind of incredible. Oh, that jump's pretty good, though. Both animation and jump height and mobility-wise. Okay. Got a surprisingly solid jump going. I feel like our gun just sucks. Which is impressive, considering. Then again, we're making these people disintegrate, so what do I know? Oh, we can crawl. That seems helpful. Not really sure why you would. Oh, well, never mind. Don't need to think about that anymore. Still on the Game Boy, though. It's time for the Flash on the Game Boy. Who needs to kick when I can spin? Oh, why is it up to jump? Oh no. Why isn't there a jump button? Is it because you wanted to give me 2 attacks? I guess it's because you wanted to give me 2 attacks. That one up there is also just blocking that ladder, so I guess that ladder's dead to me. And we just frog jump our way to victory. I'm gonna assume that bomb is important. That seems bad. Aha, I've defeated the bomb through vigorous punching. I shall wiggle my foot at you. Wa-da-da. I don't know why that works. I shall beat up a mime. There we go. Up. No, I wanted the money. Fine. Apparently leaving is not an option, especially not into the death pit. Then again, I suppose jumping into the death pit was not an appropriate reaction to not getting my money. Okay, looks like we can't go that way. Doesn't matter, we're going somewhere else. It's time for Strider Returns, Journey from Darkness instead. A game I might not make any progress in, because I remember trying this before and not being able to figure out what the hell they wanted me to do. Well, I instantly lost health, so that's a great start. I remember questioning if this game was real when I had played this once upon a time, because it really just feels like one of those unlicensed weird games instead of an actual thing. But as far as I know, this is real. I don't know if it is or isn't, and I'll be honest about that one. But it's not like labeled prototype or anything, and we're dead again. This is the other problem. This game is kind of stupid. You have 3 hits and everything can just kind of go past your sword swings very easily. Because you can't attack in any direction other than forward, or throwing these things, which you have a limited quantity of. But don't worry, there is a better Strider in this set. We're probably not gonna see it, but there is one. I assure you there is in fact a better Strider game in the list. There's actually multiple, I think. I don't remember at this point. Shocking that I don't remember all 500 games I jammed in a folder for this purpose. Okay, I presume I want to get in that building. That seems like a place I would want to be. But I gotta get up these branches first. Yeah, because I think the issue I was having when I tried to play this once upon a time was just figuring out how to get literally anywhere without dying. And, well, we got somewhere. We got away from that game. To Kirby's Great Dream Course. Let's play Kirby Golf. And I'm gonna make it very clear how I feel about things right now. There we go. Why? Just why any of this? Why did I do this to myself? These are all great questions to which I have no great answers. No. How do I... No. There's the long view, which is helpful, but not what I was looking for. Oh, that's right. When I go to do power is when I do curve, I think. Yeah, that should be close to the angle I wanted. Not quite. I gotta remember how to play this game. That was still too extreme a turn, apparently. But it might work out. Nah. Could be better, could be worse. At least I didn't completely flub it. And it's not like I have an opponent to worry about. I am my only opponent. Good enough. It sets me up for a perfect second shot. As long as I don't overdo it, which I might have. Yep, I did the perfect amount to fuck it up. Great. Way to go, me. Proud of me. If I went a little harder, it would have rolled back in. If I went a little lighter, it would have went in the first place. Sad. Well, at least I'm consistent. I have a dumb idea, and I may as well indulge it. Never mind. We'll find out what happens to that shot the next time we go back to Kirby. It's time for a different SNES game. It does seem to like bundling the systems a little bit here. It's time for Demon's Crest, a game I actually do really like, even though I hated finishing it. And not because it was the end of the game and I didn't get to play it anymore, but because the end of the game kind of blows. So there's a decent bit of this game that's not great. I think I like the idea of this game way more than I actually like this game. Come on. I'm trying to remember how to do things here. Yeah, you can just fly indefinitely, which is one of the nice things with this game. And you might think, well, this seems to be a platforming game. How does flying like this work out in a platformer? The answer is better than you might think. They balanced it actually reasonably well with the fact that you can do that. Mostly because, you know, you build it with that in mind and it kind of works out. But hey, we beat up a zombie dragon, so that's a thing. And we'll just bust that door down, you know, nothing to worry about there. Except he's not done yet. So he's a little unhappy with us. Bright side, he can't really get his whole body out there. So he's actually kind of a joke at this point. You just keep shooting and he loses. Because he can't move his head to get away from you shooting fireballs at him. And now you get your first health extension already. Instead of 4 hits, we have 5. You can, I do believe, leave without that, too. And there's your demonstration of another mechanic. You can headbutt the background to break things to get stuff, and there are certain parts of the game that are going to at least somewhat require that. These hooded gentlemen are kind of unfortunate, but, you know, we'll just burn them, and then be assaulted by aliens. Come on. Okay, fine. Since you love to run back and forth through here so much, here, let's put some holes there for you. Of course you went into that one instead. Of course you fucking did. There we go. Perish. Accept your doom. This is a shit starting position. Okay, now we're protected. Now we just wait. Wait for one of them to be stupid enough. There we go. Wow, really? You just ran back into that? Okay. You know what? You do you, buddy. I can't tell you how to live your life. You just chose how not to live it anymore. There we go. We'll just fortify up and wait for him to make a mistake. Sucker. There we go. It's a pretty easy game for a while, and then it starts getting really out of hand, and then you just can't do anything about it. Like, you might think that we're safe here, but the problem with this area is the fact that those disappear, and we can wall off like this, but that's not gonna last for very long. But it was enough to get rid of one alien, and that's all I wanted out of it. Nice, we had just enough time. Excellent. He was a fool who ran into my trap, and then I ran into the plant. Well, that's how you die, by the way. You walk into the mouth of a hungry alien, and then you're dead. Your holes stay, though, which is potentially a benefit, depending on where you put them. I'm gonna put a second hole because I don't trust that. Wow, he just doesn't want to be here. Okay, you know what? There you go. You're no longer here. Enjoy not being here. Oh, that's the other thing, by the way, is if an alien touches an alien that's in a hole, they free them immediately. And, yeah, that can be a problem. That's why you don't want to try to attack two that are together. This is going much better. Come on. Nice and easy. Now, we're back to conspiracy mode. Okay. You, sir. Last man walked away through a wall away from me. I don't know what I'm doing, but it's making the number go up. He's turned gray. I'm gonna assume that was a bad thing I did, probably. I feel like killing that man was a bad idea. But maybe killing him has raised awareness. Wow, there's actually shadows. Huh. That's actually surprising. Every time I shoot, the people number goes up, so I feel like that's like a suspicion meter or something. Like everybody's real worried about what the hell I'm doing. Running around shooting people and just firing my gun off into the air. Oh, I have... What is this? Just throwing a big old chip through the air. You, get chipped. That doesn't seem to do anything on normal people. Okay. I mean, I could go back to plan A, which is just shooting people, but I feel like that's the opposite of what I wanted. Oh. Hey, we learned who that guy in the picture is now. You're saying so-called a lot. Also, this doot 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 is not maddening in the slightest. No, not at all. Isn't that what you just said a second ago? I feel like he just repeated himself there. Oh yeah, you know, just that. That's nothing. Easy job. So easy we turned into an egg. I really think we're just never gonna actually get to gameplay and go to the 13. Oh! That piece of wood made a bridge. I did a thing. We got two, like, bottles pointing upward. We've got a spray bottle of poison. We got a chicken of some kind. If anyone has any idea what's going on, good news, you might be the only one. Aha, that is a thing. Oh, we are really hurting now. In fact, we're hurting so much that we died behind that tree. But we have lives left. And we just get dumped off over here, apparently. Okay. Do you want this thing? Not that thing. This thing. No, he doesn't want that. Okay. Don't think that paper is useful for anything at the moment. Oh god. I don't know what that thing I grabbed up there was either, but I wanted it. Oh god, he hits really hard. He also understands to jump. Well, that was brutal. So I think going that way is a bad idea right now. Yeah, the spiders seem to be just an issue across the board as well, but not as bad as the rhino, stegosaurus, whatever the fuck you want to call it. That just fucked my shit up. Well, doesn't matter. It's time for a Ubisoft product, for better or worse. And it's another Batman game, as it's Batman Vengeance. Once again on the Game Boy Advance. Oh, look at that cutscene, though. Look at you go. Actual animated cutscene. With like 4 notes of music. And then it turned into that. Oh god. You got off to such a good start. Eh, those models look alright. Like, this goes back and forth between looking okay and looking terrible. And then it looks like this. Which, this isn't terrible, but you could definitely have done better on the Game Boy Advance than this. Like, the background looks decent enough, if a little washed out in places. It moves and plays well, though. It just doesn't look the best. Like, it's actually decently animated, just the sprites themselves look a little eh. I feel like the timing for the sound effect of that rocket does not match with when it's being fired at all. That may just be me, though. Ah, there we go. That's how I throw a Batarang. I figured it out. Batarang, go. What? You can hit me while being hit? Shenanigans. Looks like we hit a checkpoint at least. Care to explain how I didn't make that jump? So I would certainly like to know. This might just not be a good game, even though it feels alright. Not that I can say any of, at least not many of the things that I put in here that aren't things people would have expected have been quality games, though now we got one. Turtles in Time. This is a good game.
Big Apple, 3 a.m.
And yes, this is why sometimes I will say that line. Especially when either side of that line of thought shows up for any reason. I misjudged where that wrecking ball was. There we go, that's how you throw them at the screen. Oh, you son of a bitch. I would like to be allowed to move, please. Wow, I'm doing a terrible job suddenly. Like, it can be very easy to get stun locked, but it shouldn't have happened like that. Oh god. Game Boy Ghosts and Goblins, huh? Why did I do this to myself? Digital Eclipse is also showing up a lot. Oh god. I feel like this could sound better. I feel like this absolutely could have sounded better on this system. They definitely tried. Like, that is the right song, it just doesn't sound good. Like, they bleep and blooped it really hard. Like, the zombies actually look okay. Arthur looks acceptable. And the level itself looks absolutely fine. It looks pretty close to how it would even on the SNES version. Oh, there's the castle up there. I thought I saw a weird hidden item way out of reach. That's why I turned around and looked up there. I saw the edge of the model there. On the list of things I've never played, Ultraman Towards the Future also is there. Unnecessary explosions and zooming in. I do like how the rocks in the foreground go away as I jump. So it more represents the fact that we actually left the ground. Okay, it seems like at certain distances our moveset changes. Or maybe that meter's charging? Yeah, no, the meter's charging. Yeah, there we go. I mean, if you're just gonna keep letting me do this, I'm just gonna keep kicking you. You know, if you don't stop me, I'm just gonna keep kicking you in the face until you cease existing. Well, I was about to blast him, and then we got teleported away to a different Wolf Team game. We've seen one of their things already. So this one is a bit special. This is Ernest Evans, which I think is another one that also exists on like Sega CD and such, and probably plays better than this version. I kept this because it's very weird, and I'm like, no, people need to see how weird this shit is. Because he's just got waggle arm for his whip going on here. You got decent jumping. You can actually roll. If you time your movement correctly and duck, you can actually just roll around. I don't know if you're supposed to do this, but you can sort of wall jump in this game. I did this by accident when I was testing things. Because you'll notice how he sometimes gets stuck in the wall a little bit. If you do that right... Oh wait, you can climb? Hang on. I never did that before. How'd I do that? Of course, now I'm not gonna be able to do the thing. What I did before is I got stuck on the wall, and then I, with good timing, was able to jump to the left and make it up to that ledge up there. But apparently I just can't do that anymore. Wait, there it was for a second. Doesn't help that he keeps getting stuck in crouch mode. Oh, there it was for a second. Don't mind me as I try desperately to break this game. Okay, fine. I'll go the way I'm supposed to be going, presumably. So going over here is terrible. Because you get some meat to heal you, but you're trapped in here with the spike wall. And then it goes away. So, you know, it's not that bad, but it could be better. Ow. Yep, and back to Evo, the search for Eden. Num. 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 We'll just casually swim away after depopulating the area. Hey there, Ariate, how you doing? How goes? I eat all the things. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. Yee. Gotta show them you mean business. So speaking of showing them we mean business, we can't get better jaws yet. Can't get a horn yet. What was the thing I could get? I could get a fin. Was it the tail I wanted? I think it might be the tail I wanted. Behold, we have a new tail now, which makes us move a little bit better. We also have slightly more health. Ooh, there we go. That guy had the good meat. Every now and then they'll just randomly have meat that's worth way more evolution points. These guys are worth slightly more, so we can get our better jaws here pretty quick. We definitely do want better jaws, though, so we can do a little more damage. That is, of course, assuming that this doesn't shuffle away before we get to that point to actually make use of that. One more of them and then we'll have enough. Oh yeah, there's this thing. Oh. Yeah, evolve your jaws to get stronger biting. Evolving body gets you defense. Horns gives you attack. And reading all that text gets you to Shatterhand. So, you know, I guess we're just here now. Time to go punch things. They told us to evolve hands and feet, and well, so we did. Just casually punch through everything. Grab our upgrade. You can tell we're upgraded because our vest changed colors. That was explosive. That was a bad idea. There we go. Now we have a companion that throws bombs. And that guy's stuck up there. Nope, we lost our upgrade, but we still have our little companion, and that's what matters. The upgrade would have been nice to keep, but, you know, one problem at a time. We have enough money for this heal, so let's go ahead and get it. There we go. And easily dealt with. I really do like the grabbing the fence in the background thing this game does. Just ignore him and carry on. Grab the money. Well, that was a trade I didn't really want to make, but you know what? It worked itself out, I guess. And, well, we've left that game for something very different. Once it eventually loads. N64 stuff takes a little bit, which is why I peeked. I wanted to make sure it was working, which it still may or may not be. Any day now. Oh, the title's accurate. There's 500 games loaded into the shuffler here. We're not getting to them all today because we're going to be ending before too much longer. But there is 500 of them loaded into the shuffler. We've seen, I think, like... maybe 40 if I'm lucky? I have not been counting. While this thinks about whether it's going to load or not, I can do one thing to check that. Output info, total swaps. It's swapped 153 times. And we've only had... like, maybe 20 repeats? So actually, no, we've seen more games than I thought. But this one might not be working. Turok 3 might be broken. Which is odd because I tested it earlier and it worked. But it just doesn't feel like it right now, I guess. So hang on. We'll quickly do a thing here. Just gonna have to quickly break that to fix that. And I just won't worry about removing it because, like I said, we're probably not going that much longer. Resume previous session. Except it just resumed right back to Turok 3, huh? Okay, hang on. I'm gonna have to do a little bit more significant a fix there. Specifically, I'm gonna have to remove it. Just so it stops staying stuck on it. It's either that or we wait on a black screen till it shuffles again, and I don't really want to do that. The other option is we just take that as the cue to stop, but it doesn't take long to fix this. There we go, deleted. And before we do the part 2 for this, at some future time, I will just add in some more games to make up for the ones that I had to remove today. Maybe because they didn't work. Even though they worked before. There we go. That text is hard to read. We're not gonna read that. This is a Color Dreams game, so this is probably terrible. This sure is a thing. This is a video game. Bear in mind, Color Dreams games tended not to get the Nintendo seal of approval. And I can't imagine why this didn't get approved. You know, it's not the skulls everywhere or the demons all over the place. No, it's just the fact that it's a dog shit game. This ended up making the cut for the 500 because I was running out of games to put in. And I was curious to see how bad this was because, like I was just saying, Color Dreams never made anything that was particularly good. But this seems bad even by their standards. Yeah, no, I wasn't kidding. At no point when I promised that I was going to put 500 games into a shuffler was I joking about the fact that that was going to be a thing that was going to happen. I put 500 games in the folder because I got 500 followers. That is what I agreed to do. No. As I told people when I started today, we're probably not even finishing a game, let alone finishing all of them. My entire goal here is manage to finish any stages of any game, which we technically finished a stage of this game, so, you know, that's another one we actually made it through one in. There have not been that many that we've managed to complete a stage of, let alone complete anything. Hell, there's been multiple games we didn't even get out of the intro of because everything's set to shuffle in 1 to 3 minutes. the two primary goals of this is, one, have at least the majority of the games show up at all, and two, just do as much as I can in the meantime. But like I said, we're not having all 500 show up today, because that's just not feasible in a healthy way. But bear in mind, even with 500 games in here, we've had many repeats. Like, the Rocketeer NES game came up like 4 times today. Mega Man 3 showed up twice. One of the Game Boy Mega Man games showed up 2 or 3 times, and then another Game Boy Mega Man showed up. This is decent enough so far. I'm assuming my whole goal is to get to the exit. Oh good, pure energy gives me health. Noted. Gadget points are collectible. Okay, ignore that then. I don't know why... Oh, okay, that's water there. Oh, there's plungers. That's probably useful. But I can't seem to enter the water without inflating, so... I might need help. And the tooltip mentioned brain, which we don't have. Oh wait, we can switch. Okay, that's how that works. Well, doesn't matter, we're going to a different game. Wait, we started Saint Sword. Why is this going back to the beginning? Did I accidentally put 2 versions of this in? I might have put 2 versions of this in. Or we died and I forgot. One of the two. I don't remember dying in this, but at the same time, it's almost like going through over 100 games might make you forget things about some of the games you've gone through. But yeah, this is why it took so long for me to do the 500 follower special, is the fact that I had to assemble a list of 500 games, which takes an amount of time, as it turns out. And I still didn't really successfully do it without having a couple broken ones in there, because I obviously didn't test 500 games. So... But if anybody expected this all to work, then they had much more optimistic expectations than I did. I believe... Yeah, there we go. That's how that works. That's one of the neat things about Saint Sword. You can actually transform into those icons. In this case, we turn into a centaur, and we go way faster. We also fall down pits way faster. Yeah, the only real benefit to this form is you just run faster, I'm pretty sure. Oh wait, yeah, there we go. I was gonna say they're also, I'm pretty sure, temporary. But I think it's more actually the thing that we've leveled up. Because there is an experience system in this game. And we've now opened the exit. Because that's the whole thing with this, if I remember right, is you just have to kill the right thing that has the exit key, and then just get out. Ideally, get out alive. I don't remember if the experience carries over or not, nor do I remember if the markers carry over, or from stage to stage. Also, I thought this one, like, ran faster. It jumps way better, too. Oh, there we go. I was right. Those are temporary. We just have 2 legs again now. I suddenly feel inferior. I should have dropped down the other hole. Well, that's a shame. Guess we're doing that whole loop again. There is a time limit, but we have turned yellow. And now we swing twice. except we've swung so hard we left the video game. And it's time for Metal Morph. Yes, video game. You've made noises at me. Now can I do something, please? There we go. There's the actual title screen. Find the Morph Pod. Sick jump he's got. Whoop. Wow, it's a one-hit death game, huh? Okay. One hit for them too, at least.
Shield. Continue.
Nice, we found a continue. I mean, I guess there's no reason for me not to just do this, huh? Just keep shooting. Guarantee that I... Oh, never mind. We won't worry about that anymore. It is time for Run Saber instead. I don't remember the plot for this game, but it's something along the lines of aliens are invading and like inhabiting a bunch of machinery and people and things, and we are one of the few that can deal with it for reasons. Something along those lines. Typical thing. We also have like laser kicks and flips and shit. And then there's Anticipation, a random NES board game I decided it was funny to throw in here too. No computer players. We'll stay with easy because I'm probably gonna get pulled away in the middle of a puzzle and be sad. Because you have to figure out what this is... Oh god, I shouldn't have pressed a button. You have to figure out what this is trying to draw. If it's alphabet and it looks like that... it's either like an X or an A or something. Nope, it's not X. There we go. Didn't even wait for it to do anything. You can just bullshit it like that if you can figure out what the shape is. It is fairly bullshittable. But what you do is, as the dice roll, you decide when you want to initiate, if I remember right. And that determines what your dice roll is, because you'll see that the dice is changing over there. Assuming this is just a cube. So why that is considered math, I guess it's because it's geometry? And geometry is technically in there? Well, we solved that puzzle well enough that we're now in space again. Now, if I was crazy enough or energetic enough, I would say I would try to turn this into like a subathon type deal to see if we could make it to the 500 games. But I do not have the power in me to do that kind of thing currently. That is an ill-advised health decision. Otherwise, I would be game to give it a spin. Oh, I guess the R does what you'd expect R to do, and it reverses us back in the stage. Interesting. I've never seen that trick pulled before. That's a new one. In fact, I think it might have reversed us all the way back to the beginning of this stage, because this looks real familiar. It's either that or stuff's repeating, which, shock horror, things in an NES game look repeating? Oh no. That never happens. Things in an NES game never repeat. They never reused a single asset in a single NES game, ever. Well, that's a jarring change. Fun fact, this was the game I used for audio balancing because it was the loudest thing I encountered in the shuffle. So everything else was based on how loud this is, to try to keep anything from being too loud. Because I figured if this wasn't loud enough to blast out people's ears, then nothing else could possibly end up loud enough to be a problem. And for the most part, I seem to have been correct about that. Thanks for eating my jump there, Crash. Good job. I probably should have jumped on that. That's fine. It's not like we're making progress through any of these anyway. I'm gonna skip the bonus just because of moving forward. Hi, Kirby. Yeah, that shot went very well because of the fact that we shuffled away in the middle of the shot. Not quite where I wanted to go. That went worse than expected, but also the first shot of it was fucked up, so that's not really a shock. Little too much. A little bit too much again, come on now. I didn't want to feather it too hard because I was expecting to end up going over. I mean, going under, rather. There we go. That was an awful hole. We started off consistent with threes, and now I just screwed it all up. All because I wanted to try to do something funny. Oh, that Gordo's gonna hurt. But it kind of worked out. We're mostly lined up, I think. So I think we'll just barely touch... Nope, never mind. The perspective can sometimes make it a little hard to tell whether you're gonna quite make contact with something or not. Oh, well, back to Circle of the Moon. No need to worry about golf anymore. You know, it's kind of funny. Neither of the other ones showed up at all. Harmony of Dissonance didn't appear, Aria of Sorrow didn't appear, only this one out of the three that were put in. And there were a couple classic Castlevanias that got put in too. Those also have not shown up. Part of me's kind of glad Aria didn't show up, is the opening to that is also quite long. And we probably would have gotten shuffled away before or it actually got anywhere. Kind of like all the Mega Man Zeros basically have not started. Was it this way? No, this is the way to the box that you can't go past. It's this way to go get the first item you can use. But hey, we got our first whip ability to use, if we so choose. We now have Fire Whip. Hey, we can't clear this jump yet. Yeah, part of the funny thing with this has been just learning just how much you can actually get done in a game in a minute to 3 minutes. Which in some games is actually a lot. There's a couple games where we went through like 3 stages in that 3 minutes. But at the end of the day, those stages also really aren't that meaningful, and that's where the rub in that situation comes from. Hello, sir. Don't mind me. I'm just gonna casually stroll this way, because there's a thing I need. I just need these. Now that we can run, there's a lot we can get done. Including getting the fuck away from that. Whoop. And getting H and J killed by falling off a cliff. You know, it's been so long I forgot this game was even in the shuffle. This came up in the first, like, hour, I think, and then never again until now. It's telling me one of the sunglasses is that way, but I have a feeling that there's another one over here. There was also my death over there, as it turns out. Okay, maybe we'll follow directions. You know, maybe following directions is for suckers. Oh, there's a health kit. I would like the health kit. See, I told you there were sunglasses over here. Because why wouldn't there be these sunglasses all the way over here? It really, really wants me to play Mega Man, huh? It's just giving me a different one now. Chargeman's reasonably doable, Buster only. Bold of me to assume we're gonna get there in 1 to 3 minutes, but you know. Missed that completely, huh? That's yikes. One of these times I won't shoot that, and I won't get shot for it. That's what I would like to tell myself anyway. At least I didn't shoot it uselessly that time. I keep just being in the wrong place at the wrong time so consistently. Oh, never mind. I forgot I have to manually use the shield in this game. There we go. Oh, well, I lost my sword and shield. Because they threw something that took it away. Thankfully, there's just a spare of them over here. Well, that didn't take long. Victory. Nice fight. You flailed your sword like a boss. Just... It would have been really funny if the knife throw that guy did hit his friend in the face and actually did something. Wait, there was health. No. That's why I didn't want to fall in here. I'm not entirely sure what to do with this situation. Oh yeah, this gives you high jumping. That's how you're supposed to get out of here, is you grab the high jumping and then you get out. I instead died like an idiot. This is why you don't go down in the sewers. The sewers is bad. Oh, that health is just leaving. Oh no, it came back. I lost more health than I gained, I think, though. Get out of here with that dynamite. American Gladiators. I'm pretty confident that this is a bit of a mess of a game, but you know what? It's funny, at least. I mean, I'm succeeding so far. He just keeps attacking into my attack and getting hit. There we go. I did it. Oh god. I have to jump now. Oh no, he's attacking at a different timing. I'm losing by default. What do I do? I can't hit him. Oh wait, there's a block button? How are you blocking? Shenanigans. Oh, I can back up. Which, that seems like the opposite of what you want. Yeah, because you can't approach, you can only back up. Which, oh no, you can approach, but only if you voluntarily backed up, it seems. This guy's just cheating. Look at this. He's just untouchable. Like, I don't know how to hit him. Oh wait, I found more moves. I've started figuring it out. Just keep high attacking. Aha! I found new cheese. I think I jumped too early. Sure did. Oh, well, it just puts me in front of my opponent, so this is fine. Okay, seems like there's almost a rock, paper, scissors there. Like, if you do middle attack and they do low attack, they lose. But if they do middle attack and you do high attack, you win. We hadn't even started Mega Man 2 properly yet. We had only done the Game Boy version of Mega Man 2. This is a great way to practice segueing into things in conversation. Because you're forced to segue as soon as the game changes. So it's like, well, I guess I'll just start talking about this now. The key to it is just figuring out how to bring those concepts together. I slid into it. Losing so much health cause I'm bad at old Mega Man these days. Okay, there we go. At least this room basically guarantees you getting your health back. Not that we really have time to be doing this, but it's better than just walking forward and dying. It does, however, give me the liberty of tanking it a little bit. Oh, hey, back to Rampage. Just fuck your building. Fuck your car, too. If you do it right, you can jump from small building to small building and just keep crunching them, but I fucked it up. There we go. No more town.
Clearly the creature's goal is to wipe Scum Labs from the face of the earth.
Nom nom. I wanted to throw the bus, but I timed it wrong. Delicious snack without a wrapper on it. There we go. Break that. Break that. You can also just do this to smash the whole building in, but that's nowhere near as fun. Whee! I wanted to flip it. Hey. Rude. Oh god, very rude. Why must you burn me? I do not wish to be normal. I wish to be giant angry lizard. Yeah, the robots are super dangerous. I don't think I can kill it. Because it just won't fucking die. I only healed just enough to live for a second or so longer there by eating all of those people. Yeah, this is the point where they're starting to take us a little more seriously, and it's a problem. Whee! Boing, boing. Oh, there we go. Now it exploded. That's a hell of a thing to see show up here at the end of the idea.
There is evil in this world. It lurks in the hearts of men.
I was not prepared for the voice acting. Because this is Tales of Fantasia. I threw this in as a joke, fully not expecting it to appear.
Thou art at the gate to the underworld. Come forth, thunder of the gods. What the heck is that? It ends here. Indignation!
There's a hell of a lot that's happening here, huh? Neat. Oh, we're never gonna figure out what happened with that, huh? I guess we will. Except we won't, because it's back to Gradius now. Like, even with skipping forward, it's just like, nah, you ain't gonna get to find out anything. And then we died. I think I actually want this set up. There we go. Let's not be the slowest thing on the face of the cosmos here. I didn't think that that sand dune would hurt me for some reason. Why I didn't think that would hurt me is beyond me. There we go. The two-way missiles will probably be good here because it'll get rid of the guys above and below me. Somewhat. Instead of me just having to avoid everything that they're doing. I don't really think I need the tail gun that much. Get out of there, you little bastard. There we go, that'll help. A little bit of a wider shot. I don't think this is the strongest thing you could have, but it's nice and wide. It'll make it easier for me to do things. There we go, cleared that. You know, that tail gun's seeming real good right about now. But I'm not taking it anyway. Because we're leaving. People may know what this is immediately. This is Ys 3. Because, you know, why not have Ys 3 in here? When I'm on the roll of things with long enough intros that I'm not gonna get to play the video game. There's so many versions of this game in particular, it's kind of ridiculous. But I stuck with the Super Nintendo version because I want to say that was the one I encountered first for this game. Oh yeah. Glad you're done with work, Zen. And I won't be going that much longer, admittedly. 6 hours is already kind of pushing it. But let's get a swap count while we're waiting for this intro to run. It has swapped 173 times. Which obviously that doesn't mean 173 games have come up because we have had a few repeats. And it's not as many of the games as I had calculated, but I think I did my math wrong. And it also, I think, gave us a lot more 3-minute games than 1-minute games. Because my initial calculation was based on everything ending 1 minute at a time. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Much appreciated. Oh. So many gifts, we've gone to a new game. And now there's a level 2 hype train. Everybody's hyped for Castlevania. Get rid of him so I don't fall on him when I deal with this one. So I think I do want the axe. I don't remember this game very well, so we could be in for a disaster here. But it's fine. Even if it's a disaster, it'll be a disaster. It'll be here for a minute or 3, and that's it. How did that miss completely? Like, the axe curled around the bat. That was genuinely impressive. In the worst way possible. Ow, my ankle. Money. Well, I walked up too many stairs. We've gone to Rastan Saga instead. That is unreadable. I'm not even gonna try. Behold the power of the TurboGrafx. Look how impressive this looks. Oh, this is somewhat impressive, being able to swing on a rope. This sure is an animation, but you know. What? Oh. I got temporarily paralyzed and decided a big sword was a better idea. I will now tap my enemies on the head with a very large sword. Bonk, bonk. Who needs a sword and shield? Fools. Those are who need a sword and shield. All I need is sword. Now I can't scroll back. So I don't know how you're supposed to get into that little cubby hole they were in down there. It must be a breakable wall. Thank you for yet 2 more gift subs. Much appreciated. Yes, feed the hype train. Make it stronger. It needs fuel. Ah. Interesting that the moon blocks can't be destroyed. Everything else can be. Well, oh good, we actually get to see this before we end. Excellent. This is another good one, if it's what I think it is. Well, we don't want to default to Spain. That would be inconvenient to my eyes, because I cannot read Spanish. And yep, it's Power Quest. It might take a little bit too long to get rolling, though, before we actually can do anything. We'll find out. I'm trying my best to skip through the dialogue. Convenient letter arrival. You got a gift coupon. Funny how that works out just in time for a tournament involving small battling models. We can get the max, the gong, the speed, the axe, or the lawn. I know gong is slow. I don't really want that. Let's take speed. Speed. See, this is exactly what I mean. We had just enough time to pick a model, and then the game left. But that was basically more or less a fighting game RPG. And it's a pretty neat one. Meanwhile, gargoyles. I seem to recall when we played this before, I couldn't even find the way out of the first stage, really. Because the layout of this game is strange. But maybe we'll get lucky this time. Hi. I'm beaching them. How do I get off the wall? There we go. I was gonna go the other way, but I guess I'll kill you. Having slight navigation issues here. Yep, the spikes are what are knocking me off of there, in case people are confused why I keep suddenly dropping. So I need to get close to the spikes without touching them. There we go. There we go. Nice and easy. Well, that seems excessive. It's a good thing we could flatten so close to the ground, huh? It just really seems like overkill to be flinging something that big at me. we have to charge through that. There we go. And we bust down through the floor here, if I remember right. Somehow. There it goes. I had to find the right button to do the thing, but we figured it out. Just in time to go to a less good game. As you know, I had the option to add N64 games, so for some reason I thought adding N64 Castlevania was a good idea.
Transylvania, in the mid-19th century.
Shut up. Forest of Silence. Now, if I remember right, this one's not the bad one of the two. Because there are two Castlevanias on the N64. This one kind of ends up being bad by virtue of just being meh. The other one's actually bad. I mean, he looks more dead than you're saying there, buddy, but sure. Oh no, the skeleton's mouth opened. It must be a trap. You know, I didn't mean for it to get up, but well, it's not really surprising. So I can't help but think that the way our boy here is dressed is very out of place. That side hop was pretty good. Well, never mind. Oh, right, we died. I was like, wait, why is this starting over? I think some of the save states may not have kept as well, but it's fine. Still not sure how to use these power-ups, if I can even manually use them. Ooh. Maximum power. Okay, so building up maximum power allows me to do a ranged attack, so that's good. That's what I was looking for the whole time. Look at me go now, with my tail lasers. Though it seems to be depleting, which is inconvenient to me. And the key just happened to be next to the door. Isn't that convenient? I presume B for bonus. This is very upbeat music for having just come from fighting skeletons in N64 Castlevania, I gotta say. Getting a heart back was great, but doesn't matter because we're not there anymore. Earth Defense Force, but not quite the one anybody would be thinking of, probably. If Vulcan, laser, explode, S-laser, photon, atomic, homing, grenade. I like the sound of explode. Homing would probably be the better idea. But you can't offer me explode and expect me not to take it. Ah. Okay, so I have options. I can either have my options close to me and do a larger shot, or have them be farther apart from me and get more area coverage. And then die. Dying is always an option. Continue? Yeah, sure. So maybe explode isn't the one. Maybe we should actually go the sensible choice of homing. Considering there's a lot of enemies. Oh yeah, homing is way better. Homing is kind of brokenly better, as one would expect a homing shot in a game like this to be. It looks like our options are the ones that have the other weapon, and our ship just has regular shots until we combine, and then we just get lots more homing shots. But this way I can focus on dodging, which is just, you know, easy mode, which is fine because I'm bad at these. And it doesn't matter because we're gone again. Gremlins! I mean, obviously, we can't be the good guy. Just punching things. Ah, we can actually turn them into gremlins. Okay. Okay. God damn, there's a lot of things you can do here. And they're telling you all of them. Those are certainly sound effects they chose for this. I'd like to go down to the ground floor and attack the Mogwai. Come here, you. Yes! Yes, one of us! He also had one of the presents, so clearly that was the right choice anyway. Well, we didn't get to do that for long. Okay. We can jump and we can shoot. And we can collect coin. Okay, we also have a high jump. Doesn't lead me anywhere there, though. That, I presume, is our exit. So I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume it's collect all the coins. Since the exit didn't really react to us. Yep, there we go. I hear a sound effect, so presumably that's a good thing. Yep, and away we go. Sci-fi or laboratory? What goes on in the laboratory? Because why would I go in order? That just would be silly. Weird sheep thing with one foot. Okay. Oh god. Is that some kind of... I don't know, it's some kind of mutant worm. Caterpillar thing. Ow. Being down here seems like a bad idea. I think I found another gun? Okay, I can grab the chains. Good to know. And we're gone. Tree zone. Give me all the money. All of the coins belong to me. What part of all the money belongs to me, didn't you understand? Give it all to me. Need all of the coins. I will spend them responsibly on myself. Exactly. It's in character on multiple levels. And then we were out. Oh god, an LJN game. Alien 3. That looks great. I'm glad the aliens die very easily. My gun doesn't seem to be gunning anymore. That could be a problem. I might have spent all of the gun. There we go. Had to get the timing. There's an egg over there, so I probably don't want to go that way. Oh god. Oh, you die instantly, huh? That's a shame. That's really a shame. What's the point to a life bar if you go down in one hit? I mean, I guess it's a lives bar at that point, but... yeah, I don't know about that idea. Oh, you seem to be having trouble. Here, be free. You're gonna have to deal with them on your own now, but you know, you're free, so, hooray? Question mark? Okay, there's 3 more people to find as far as I can gather from the thing that keeps toggling back and forth down there. Oh, I found a different weapon for a moment, and then I wasn't allowed to use it anymore. I think I done fucked this up. Because the moment I move this, that's gonna fall and break. So what I need to do is stop fucking that up, because now this crushes me. Push that over slightly. Push that off of here. Push that in a little bit. Push that in a little bit more. Grab this, move it under here, so that when this falls, it'll fall onto that one and not break. There we go. I did the thing. I just now need to clean this up so that I can actually... for fuck's sake. It just takes one button press to grab and release these, but I keep thinking you have to hold it, and that's the problem. There we go. I did the thing. And then I became Fred Flintstone. Remember, kids, don't put all the blocks on the floor unless you want to become a caveman. Wait, how? What? How are you supposed to make that jump? That seemed physically impossible. I have many questions, and I'm only going to get answers to half of them, probably. Probably not even that many. Perhaps this is something Barney needs to do. It probably would have involved me not missing the jump. Because maybe I can have Barney grab the bottom of the platform or something. Since he seems to be our... Actually, now, Fred's the one who grabs ledges like this. So maybe he can grab the edge of the moving platform as well. I was thinking grab the bottom of the platform, but I think that's incorrect. We can test it on this one, potentially. Nope, missed it. Yep, that's exactly what I needed to do. And I've climbed my way into a different video game. Time for Game Boy Snake Man. Remember when I said 6 hours was probably far enough and then I just didn't stop? Yeah, I remember too. In a weird, twisted way, I'm enjoying this, and I don't know how to explain that in any real way. Other than it suits my nature of not being able to decide what the hell I want to do quite nicely, because I don't have to decide what to do. It's just gonna keep happening. And I just have to keep rolling with the random nonsense the whole way. Well, good news, I fell in a hole and became Kid Icarus, so it doesn't matter. Which I gotta say, I feel like that's the opposite of where the pit should have taken me. But I guess I fell into a pit. So, you know, I became Pit after falling into a pit. I don't remember where to go in this game. I've seen this game played, but I've never actually played it myself. Oh, this seems important. The music changed and everything. This must be important. One way or the other, I'm making a bunch of money because hearts are money in this world. Was there anything else, or was it just a bunch of bats that gave me hearts? I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume it's just a bunch of bats that gave me hearts. Well, the door's closed, so I guess I can only do that once. That, I think, is healing up there. I don't think we're reaching there from here, though. There we go. Because that's the thing with this series, is screen wraparound. No, I wanted the hammer. God damn it. I know I need these for something. I don't remember what, but I know they're important. And you want to get as many of them as you can. No, come back. Okay, I ran out of time. I got like 4 of them, I think, which is not really what I would think I would want. But it's fine because we're not there anymore. Valis 3. There's a couple Valuses in here too. But I think all of them are for different systems instead of the whole set being from one. There they go, running away. The sword was stolen and they slowly ran away with it. Yeah, we can't do shit without the sword. Can I not even jump? Okay, there's the jump button. I was just pushing all of the buttons trying to find the jump button. Because I assumed we were going to need to be able to jump. Well, I'm glad you introduced yourself after stealing from me. Oh, yeah, I guess you were just talking to yourself. Oh, no. Now that looks like a problem. Glad you grabbed the sword only to not use it. That worked out great for you. Oh, now you want help. Could you have at least dropped the sword closer? You know, I really think this is a them problem, not a me problem. I can just take the sword and go home. Because, you know, that's how swords work. They make you able to fly. And that ate my input. Thanks, game. I walked to the edge expecting to be able to jump at the edge, and apparently once you cross a certain amount of the threshold there, you just fall. You don't get to jump. Oh hey, we're back here again immediately. That was a fast loop, wasn't it? Fools, you thought I was staying up there. Why would I do a stupid thing like that? That's right up there with jumping in these pits. Why would I do that? The answer is because I need to inch closer to that edge in order to make it across that pit, is they decided to put that pit really far across. It's kind of a dick jump there, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, hey, we're RoboCop again. Speaking of games that has not shown up for a while, this one. Slowly climb the ladder out of the sewers. Behold, we have emerged. Everything's on fire. That's probably fine. RoboCop, I would like to have a discussion with you about the fact you apparently can't jump for shit. I mean, I guess you are, like, made out of a lot of metal and heavy things, but could you kindly have not just fallen like a lead weight straight into that exact pit when I tried to jump across there? Like, that was the most direct route to death he could have taken. Okay, you can't jump over the trash cans either, so I guess that's why you have to go in the sewers, is to go around the burning trash pile. You know, if anybody had any illusions that this was a good game, by the way, you probably should get rid of those by now. Because I got news for you. I don't think it is. I really don't think it is. And yeah, he definitely is heavy, and I accept that. But just somehow he jumped worse when I went to jump over that, and that's what I'm upset about. Because it looks like you actually have to use the ladder to jump across. If you try to jump straight across, he just will not make it. Oh, of course, you know, when I don't need to make it, he made it. So he's got comedic jumping abilities, what I'm gathering from this. He can only make the jump when it isn't funny. But you know what? I can respect that. What is the point of that ladder there? You would almost think you'd be able to climb onto this. Oh, I see. You want me to go all the way across here, past the strobe light background here, in order to go up the pipe here. Because, you know, clearly we have to take the long way around. We can't do it the normal way. Just in time to leave that reality again. It's suddenly on a Mega Man kick pretty hard here. Now, we've beaten this one already, so I'm not too worried about actually having things happen here. And this is another one where I think the intro is going to be long enough where we're not going to get to play the game. But this pads the count of how many games have shown up out a bit more. Because we're now up to 192 swaps. We've almost hit 200 swaps. Okay, that's how my buttons are laid out. I didn't even need that at energy. I don't know why I bothered. I blame E-tank habits. Just so used to always having E-tanks, so I'm like, yes, give me all of the spare energy so I can keep filling my E-tanks. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah, treachery, blah 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 blah. Well, rip X. And nothing of value was lost. Yeah, there's a couple of them in the rotation somewhere. We just had one of the Game Boy Color games show up a couple games ago. But I think one version of the first two games are in there. The Game Boy Color one is there, and I think there's a regular Game Boy one as well in the mix somewhere. I'm not even really trying here because there's no point in actually trying. And that's the other thing, is we were going to take it away before that fight ended. There we go, we got a better shield. Random bracelet. A key? Keys are probably important. A staff that, oh, we throw fire out of our sword for a very brief time. Okay, very good. That's a bear. Just gonna go ahead and stab that. Use one of our keys on this door, which set a lady with a bow free, who I guess follows us around now. Okay, sure. Works for me. You also join us. Oh no, I guess we can only have one person following us around. Now we got Big Man with axe. But he is level 2 and the other one was only level 1, so I guess this is a better trade, really, at the end of the day. And then there's Random Chimera, okay. I mean, it technically counts as one, I guess, because it is something being worn. I don't really know if it's that much of an outfit, but, you know, it is clothing that is on. There's just not a lot there. We got a better sword. We did not get much score for vitality, but we got a bunch of points for keys. Tried to ambush me the second the game loaded in. What a cheeky bastard. And the key. And another key. We have rescued a ninja. You know what? Sure. Ninja with a spread shot. Okay. Oh, well, never mind. Back to Pitfall. Glad I was paying attention to what I was doing, because otherwise I probably would have just fallen off. You would think the chest would also need keys. Yeah. I mean, chests can have keys in them, but they would also need keys to get into them to get the keys. You know, take a key, leave a key. Okay, we're still going to the left. Okay. Because those statues point us the way where we're supposed to be going. I missed the heal. Of course, this little monkey bastard's just hanging out here and being a problem. Well, that Hail Mary worked out. This doesn't seem to be working, however. Oh, that's how that works. Okay. You just gotta wait. And then with good timing, yeet. Okay. That's the plan. I understand the assignment now. And oop. And I oop. Which way am I going? To the right? It's almost like I couldn't go to the left anymore. Funny that. You were supposed to grab that. I don't mean to alarm you, but you were supposed to grab hold of the vine with both hands and hope for the best. Like this. Whee! Ow. That was a tree. I kind of expected that to be it killing me, if I'm honest, but it didn't. And I respect it immensely for that. And that's why I flew away. And died. This was another one that was back in the beginning rotation of this whole session. And it was just like, oh hey, we're not gonna see that again for a while. Now that I've warmed up a bit, it's a bit easier to end up taking out those ground guys. Yeah, it's a bit of a thing. You're gonna see a few more situations like that in this game. Especially one coming up very soon. Like this guy. Well, we're going in this time. Warning, flashing pink, warning. Welcome to an entirely different game design, where we're going sideways. Why does this segment exist? Who knows? Aside from to give people nightmares. Because it definitely does a good job of that. Why is this thing still not dead? Okay, you know what? You get to live. Now, here's the fucked up part, though. At some point along the way here, I seem to recall that there's a choice you have to make between two paths, and you have no way to tell that one of them's a dead end, and you will just die. In fact, I suspect I've chosen poorly, but we'll find out soon. Well, I chose poorly in a way. I didn't have any room to move to avoid that. Well, guess we're not gonna find out. Just slap a big old to be continued on that situation. How many layers of new game did I have to go through before we got anywhere there? Jeez. Oh, you can switch characters here. Okay. We'll stick with the boy here for the moment, because I don't know what he's useful for in this game. But I think we need the mole to get through there. That's a very flickery bar you've shown me from that gem. Thank you, game. I'm expecting the game to try to kill me, and it for some reason has not yet begun to try to kill me. The fact that he has a punch combo concerns me. That sure is a face up there. I don't remember this movie, like, at all. It's been so long. Okay, we've only got the two of them at the moment. Presumably, your capabilities are what we need. He's got, like, little mole claws. So we probably... Oh, wait. Oh. Not where I expected to be able to dig through. I was gonna dig through the wall, because there was a cracked up wall over on the right. But hey, if I can go this way, I guess I'll go this way. Aha, the doors are real. I see. That's the key. Oh. Well, I'm glad I'm the one with a headlamp right about now. It's like I accidentally made the correct choice. Now you're expected to switch back? Why? To what purpose would you switch? Oh, let me guess. Pushing the box. Guess it doesn't matter. We won't find out. Because I'm definitely not going to keep going for too much longer. And I know I said that once already, but it's for real this time. Because I'm now starting to get tired. That was a pretty significant grenade. Interesting that those bats just kind of give up when you hit them, and then they just fall down and burst into flames. Oh, there we go. Whee! Thank you for announcing that it was a 1-up. It's almost like I could have figured that out on my own. But you know what? I didn't have a voice telling me, so maybe I would have gotten it wrong. Tiny, tiny bamboo spikes. Really? This thing hurts you? You know what? Maybe it's for the best that we left. Now, is the N64 going to continue being broken? It's looking like it's going to continue being broken, so maybe I'll just take this as the hint to stop then. And I'll just, like, remove a bunch of the N64 stuff before we redo this for part 2 in the future. Because it apparently is just getting tired of my shit. And honestly, fair. Six, almost 7 hours of shuffling is going to make anything a little done. Like, I'm gonna keep half an eye on it to see if it does something while I find us somewhere to be. But it's just one of those things. Got a lot of people on tonight. Oh, well, it shuffled away to a different game, and that game works. I'm just gonna let that play out though, I think, while we find somewhere to be. This way you all have something to look at and listen to. So it is tempting to just go like, yeah, I'm just gonna keep going then, yeah! But no, a wise man once said, take the cue and stop. But yeah, as you can see, that's how the Metal Marines work, is they're infantry that walk in, try to break the bases and such. But if your own Metal Marines are nearby, they will fight whatever Marines they send. So you kind of want to keep some of your Marines near your base to ensure it's protected. But those bunkers that are the second from the bottom on the left will also take care of Marine problems. And they're, I want to say, more efficient unless you have the Metal Marines equipped with a certain weapon that's better against buildings. Because they can get like a cannon that's better at killing buildings. I'm just having my usual indecision problems. It'll be funny to see how many swaps happen while I'm trying to pick a raid target. I'm just so fucking bad at making decisions sometimes. Oh, there's the NES version of Captain America and the Avengers. That would have been a thing. You know what? I'm curious. Oh, you have to actually go get the others around the map. Interesting. You know, this would have been a much better game than the other version we were playing. Now that's a shame. So what's our final swap count? I need to know. Oh, that was swap number 200. That's very convenient, actually. And you know what? The music for this is good enough. I'm gonna go ahead and just turn the script off at a nice even 200. There we go. This way I stop getting distracted from doing the thing. Otherwise, we were just gonna keep having it be like, oh, hey, a thing happened. Oh, hey, another thing happened. Oh, hey, a piece of candy. How long have you been going? I assume not for very long, considering when you usually start, but let me look. Okay, yeah, not long at all. That's perfect, then. Something nice and chill after going insane here, probably. It will be a good idea. And I do want to support one of the people I am going to be consistently working with for at least a while yet here, so it's probably a good idea. So we'll go see what Vale's doing. She's working on some art, it looks like, so that should be interesting. So, thank you all for taking the time to be here. This was less scuffed than I thought it was going to be. I really expected this to break down more, so I'm very happy that the setup actually worked and didn't completely explode. Let's see, today's Thursday. I need to double check with Xeno as to whether she'll be up for doing something tomorrow or not. If she isn't, I do have a couple things up my sleeve for tomorrow. Saturday, I have not heard any negatives about yet, but I've also not heard any positives. So fingers crossed the 7 Days to Die crew comes together. We'll see. Monday we'll be back to playing with Vale and Pazzy, most likely, as far as going and continuing Monster Hunter Freedom Unite. Tuesday I might try out Stalker 2. I'm gonna try it on my own here soon to see if it runs well enough or not, but it's on Game Pass, so obviously I want to play it because I enjoyed the previous Stalker games. I just don't know if I'll be able to make it work well enough to stream it. That's the only reason I am not just immediately saying, oh yeah, that'll be back up tomorrow. I don't know if I'll have time to sort that out yet. But yeah, be good to Vale, she's good people, and I'll see you all tomorrow one way or the other. Good night, everybody.